everybody. My goodness, pardon my delay. Holy cow. Hope I didn't cause any panic there. The trees were extra thirsty this morning. You guys, trees are like people, like animals, like reptiles, birds, everything. They have different activity levels during the day and the night. And the morning is when they tend to like to take up water. It's like they're preparing for the day, thinking ahead. Oh, the sun's going to come up. It might make me hot. If I get hot, I might need to sweat. Plants do kind of sweat to cool themselves. It's evapotranspiration, release some moisture through the leaves to keep them cool. So they suck a lot of water up during the morning. I was out dealing with that. Do excuse me. But we'll see if Judge Bev gives us a few extra moments to wait this morning anyway. Well, I see a couple of things have been going on overnight that I thought I would share with you guys. So first off, we have a new filing that was this, why that's so big. Bring it down a little bit. Commonwealth verified petition for certificate of materiality for out-of-state witness. This is relating to the Ring video. They need to get a designated custodian of records for Ring to appear as a witness in the case. And they need the custodian, and apparently they haven't dealt with this before. So they got search warrants quite a while ago. It was back in 2023. The Commonwealth sent search warrants to Ring. Ring produced certain videos, and this is all like, we know all this from the last trial. We know what they got. We know what they didn't got. They did not, just for the record, they were not able to recover any of the missing video. In part, well, probably in large part because of the time frame in which this investigation was taking place. The warrant was issued, like I said, sometime in 2023, and Ring notified them that they maintain videos only for 90 days. So anything beyond that is deleted. They didn't have any of the deleted video that they could provide. Ring is over in Seattle, so you got to use an interstate process to get your witness over there. That's essentially what they're asking to do, asking the court to issue the paperwork that is necessary for an out-of-state subpoena to be enforceable. The only thing really notable about this for me is that I don't know why we're dealing with this now. Why did we not deal with this months ago? Why did we not deal with this at the very least, like many weeks ago? Before trial got underway, you should not be in the middle of trying to subpoena your witnesses when you are, 3 weeks into your case. So it speaks of perhaps a little bit of coordination, planning issues that Brennan is having with his case management. If you've never tried to subpoena a foreign witness before, you might not realize it's complicated. There's a lot more to it than just showing up, knocking on the door, sending the paperwork that you normally send, that you don't need the court involvement with. It's very different. It can be quite a hassle. It can be different state by state. There is a interstate process for it, but not all, like a interstate compact, basically, that addresses when you can subpoena, depose, get discovery and stuff like that as well from out-of-state witnesses, but not every state has adopted it. So you always have to go check the state where you are trying to get the witness from, see what their requirements are, and deal with that. Apparently, it's been left to the 11th hour. Don't know why, but that is fairly evident just from the fact that particular document has been filed. There is one other thing, too, I want to show you guys before we get underway, because I'm still getting a lot. Wait, hang on here. Why isn't it showing up? I'm still getting a lot of questions and comments and stuff about the shoe. doesn't want to find my my tabs in another window. Let me try this again. Because of the photographs that were introduced and the fact that they are really bad photographs, it makes it look like the soul is black. And so I'm going to go through what we saw in the last trial because, guys, this came up the same time in the last trial. It is the same shoe. It is not a different shoe. Oh, great. Now it's right on that. You can't even see where the shoe is. I can't really fix that. This is not a great photo, but you can kind of see the bottom of the shoe right down here where my cursor is. There's the shoe, bottom of the shoe. The reason why the sole looks black, this is the photo that I think we saw in this particular case. The reason why the sole looks black, it's backlit. And so what that means is the light is coming from this direction. This side is in the shadow. This is simply somebody who does not know how to photograph items. This is a very untrained photographer documenting these items. And so it's just the shadow that makes the sole look like it's black. This one too. It's the same thing. You can see the light is coming in from this bottom side of the photo. The shadows are up here on the top. It's shadowing on the bottom of the sole. I don't know what happened there. This one might be one of the best views. It's a little bit. It's got snow on it, so I guess it's not like super definitive, but if we go back to this one, you can see in there it's a white sole. And so then the shoe gets admitted into evidence. And these are the shoes. So they are white soled shoes. They are the right shoe. I realize it looks very misleading because of that photograph that was presented, but it really is. It's just really bad photography. Somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. So I did have some thoughts yesterday after the stream got concluded. I was really thinking about that clip that he played, and that it's Jen's gonna go down. It's Jen or me, basically. Jen goes down or I go down. I don't even remember what the exact words were, but it's the Commonwealth setting up this. It's Jen or Karen kind of dynamic for the case, which I'm scratching my head about, because I'm like, are we watching the same trial? The witness who admitted lying to the FBI, the witness who had to call the FBI back and correct the number of people that she had called in the 10 minutes before the FBI interview started. That witness, you're pinning your case on her. What a bizarre thing to do. And we've had a lot of theories and ideas and stuff as this case has gone on. Like, what is Brennan doing? What is he doing? It doesn't make a lot of sense. So much of what he's doing is Lally Redux. Lally Part 2. It's the same general order of how the case is presented. We're still waiting here on day 12, waiting for proof that John was hit by a car. It's still the I hit him case. Is he throwing it? Is he throwing it for the defense? He seems to be eliciting stuff from time to time. That's like, why? That's beneficial to the defense. Why on earth are you bringing that out? I don't think he's throwing it for the defense. I don't think he's like a secret trying to get Karen Reed to win or anything like that. But that just caught my attention yesterday, the decision to pin it on Jen, because it does really make me wonder. Are they setting it up so that if Karen Reed does get acquitted, they can be like, it's your fault. You're the reason why. It was your case to win. You didn't win it. That's not our fault. And I look at the behavior that we've seen from Jen, yakking to every single cop on the scene at 34 Fairview. She's the one in the middle of everything. She's the connector. She's the one that, according to the affidavit in Turtle Boy's case, she's the one telling Morrissey, you got to go and arrest Turtle Boy or I won't testify. Is like the demand to push this case forward. I could really see that coming from Jen. You got to retry it. You got to do this. It just seems kind of consistent with that Turtle Boy affidavit. And just what we saw with our own eyes. She's the one in control at the scene, talking to everybody. So that's kind of my thought about it, is that folks are putting their backup positions in order. That's what I think that clip yesterday meant. I don't know that that's particularly helpful to the Commonwealth, but I do think it sends a pretty clear message. If Karen Read isn't guilty, it's Jen McCabe's fault. It's you, Jen. So we're not going to maybe keep listening to you if she goes down again, or if she she doesn't get convicted. Just a thought. But then we're kind of seeing the same thing from Jen too, didn't we? Starting to maybe push the scapegoat over towards Higgins, not backing up his time frame anymore. First trial, he said he left 34 Fairview almost immediately because they didn't have any Jamesons. They only had beer. So he went to the police department and then home so he could have some more drinks and fall asleep by himself on the couch. She didn't back up that time frame. According to Jen McCabe, he's there until just shortly before they themselves leave at about 1:30, 1:45. And then there's that whole little comments. Whatever happened outside is totally separate from whatever happened inside. We, the women and children in there at that kitchen table with the it's raining men jokes and so forth. We had nothing to do with whatever those men folks were doing outside.
This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being there.
Yeah, seriously.
I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. I should take it. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Bukhenik.
Bukhenik, here he is. He of the inverted Sallyport video. Very curious to see if and how that gets handled this time. How did you testify about this during your last proceeding? Bringing a whole bin of goodies with him. But he's got some special gloves in his pocket. With a cobalt blue.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Bukhenik. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Bukhenik, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became
so short of breath.
State Police Trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
Oh,
I was
Lord.
9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools
Yes.
through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
Oh, Lord.
Just, you can finish this next one, just go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well, and those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious there was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives, and when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was
Totally.
there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
Oh,
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know
You're a slow
I
shoveler.
arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing's always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I need to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not. No.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also
Crime Scene Services
met
did come
us
out
at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
with your
I'd
eyes.
ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
No abrasions, huh?
There was
Real careful
also
look.
a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding.
He's dead.
There
Of course
were
they're not.
a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm, on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
And what's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or
Like
concealed.
the scene you never
So
went
we are
to?
prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Assisting.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe, yourself, and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
How'd you learn that? Who told you that?
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and
Oh,
she
no kidding.
further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light.
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniform presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Vivid
Did you knock
memory
on
of
the
it?
door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that
Double
conversation
team?
you had with Miss Reed
A double
before I
team
do,
approach.
Your Honor. May I approach briefly?
Okay.
A double team approach. Yeah, interesting how crime scene services responded to the hospital to document. It's the first we've heard about them at all, but they didn't go out to the scene at Fairview, not crime scene services. They sent CERT to that. The guys who actually know how to photograph, document evidence collection is crime scene services. We're not going to see those photos. I'd be shocked if we did. But I don't know, maybe we will. Nor, of course, are we going to see photos of that tail light sitting in the driveway. Those photos that nobody took. Nobody took. He's playing a little vague and ambiguous, fast and loose with his timeline. Because if you're going to go seize the vehicle, you're going to have prior authority, legal authority to do that. They had already decided before they went out to Dighton that it was Karen. They had already decided before they went out that it was Karen, hadn't even talked to her at this point. And despite all the concern, you know, the critical times, right? The critical hours of the investigation. Yeah, they left the scene abandoned for about 8+ hours. And they also left Karen unattended for like 7 hours. From the time she got out of the hospital, I mean, frankly, from the time she got to the hospital until they have this contact later on in Dighton. So critical hours, but they are just letting them tick away. Meanwhile, you know, you notice a little dissonance between Gallagher's insistence. Well, of course we wouldn't go in the house. Why would we go in the house? We had no reason to go in the house. He was out on the front lawn. He never went in. Why would we be interested in the house? Well, but you made a lot of effort to talk to the people in that house a whole bunch of times, didn't you? Why would you be so interested in what the people in the house had to say that you've talked to them all multiple times? You've doubled up on the CPD interviews. CPD has talked to everybody that was in the house. You have gone back and double checked. You're getting more information from the people in the house because they're calling you. Why would you be so focused on the people in the house if they knew nothing and you're just like, oh, okay, nothing to do with inside the house. That's where all these people were. But you talked to them multiple times before you ever even went to talk to Karen. Multiple times. And what did you do at this point to corroborate anything that they were telling you? Were you looking for ring video in the neighborhood, canvassing the neighborhood, talking to any of the neighbors? Did you see anything? Were you doing any of that? Haven't heard anything about it, have we? Were you going back to the bar, to the waterfall? Find out what they knew? Find out if they had any video? They had any other information? You're not doing that right now. They know the source of this cocktail glass? Verifying this cocktail glass was from the waterfall? Did you do any of that? No corroboration. Just we talked to the people inside the house that has nothing to do with anything, okay? Because the inside of the house is totally irrelevant. But we talked to all the people inside the house multiple times. And then we looked at John and saw his arms chewed up and his face is beat up. Therefore, he was hit by a car. And then we went to Dighton. How did they learn that Karen was at her parents' house? How did they learn that? A little bit of an omission. Who told them that? Who told them that? They're brushing over that because they contacted Karen to set up this interview, telling her just informational. Meanwhile, they already know they're going down there to seize her car. So not informational. They are rushing over that because they had, in fact, already made up their minds at this point. This was their theory. This is where they're going. This is where their suspicion is. This is their presumption of guilt. This is their presumption of guilt at this point, that it's Karen. So lying to her about that when they set up this interview doesn't necessarily make them look very good. So brushing over it. Just saw the damage to the taillight. Take our word for it. Trust us, guys. We didn't photo it. We didn't document it. Just trust us. We saw it. There's a big, big piece of red taillight missing. He knows it's red. Knows it's red taillight cover. Guess the car isn't that covered in snow. There's like 3, 4, 5 times more snow that's fallen since Karen left to go to Dighton at this point than there was.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to.
Than there was
Counsel.
Jackson,
before
you want me to give a
when the
humane
car was at
practice
Meadows.
instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to CF McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After CF McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from CF McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
Without the commentary. After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
So
Did she
blamed her
say
for hitting
when
his
Mr.
head?
O'Keefe asked her about
Sounds consistent with the
the
text.
bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card, which is like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle, to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before
Put it in
the
a carrier
vehicle
bag.
was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Okay.
I don't know what that objection is about. Near the vehicle when unloaded, but never touched it. Did they have the touching on video? They got them getting close. Certainly have them getting close. We're edging ever closer and closer to that inverted Sallyport video. Presented at the last trial to show that, see, nobody ever went near the right rear tail light. The problem is that because the video was inverted, the right and the left rear tail lights were also inverted. And so when it looked like the people were all congregating near the left rear tail light, it was in fact the right rear tail light. And of course, Bukhenik knew that, but said it anyway, and then got caught, and then denied that he ever said it. Kind of just like Jen. Kind of just like Jen. They already knew that they were seizing the car because, of course, they had called Dighton for assistance with seizing the car. Help us get the tow set up before they're ever even on scene. So they knew that they were seizing the car. Left out the part so far about watching her enter the passcode to the phone, verifying it with her. Surely that will come out on cross.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
Striking it. Never touched it. They elicited something
From the point
false.
you went in and
Prove it.
spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Sustained.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sallyport. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sallyport or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sallyport.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or sally port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sallyport garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
Ah,
I'll strike that, ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain
just striking
in the
that.
Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best
enough.
of my memory.
Best of your memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, sorry.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics
ones?
section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, the heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the search team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the search team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I gotta get that in. Gotta get that in. Not all the videos and stuff we've talked about. Gotta get the DMV registration in. This is your facts, science, and data.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document as evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 84.
Devastating.
Thank you.
Devastating, that DMV registration. Thank God they got that
As
in.
part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the.
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck
Wet.
at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did
You
you
don't
remove it from your
bag
truck
wet
and bring it
clothes.
into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought him to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
Great airflow
How
on the
long
back
did
of
it
that
take
butcher
for those
paper.
items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Do you have gloves? The theater. Don't
Yes, I do.
forget your role. Definitely not sterile gloves right there in the box. How many people have handled these scissors by now? Of course, they've been carefully sterilized each time they've been handled.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He handled it with his bare hands after being like, do you have gloves? Oh, he's going to change his gloves now to handle the next one.
85.
Really committed
Did you
to the
learn
bit.
during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
Now he's barehanding the bag. Now touch all over the outside of the gloves on the bag you just handled. Oh. It's so unserious.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from.
From?
From 34 Fairview Road, Camp.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
I thought we
Back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring it back.
saw that one yesterday. They got them mixed up. They got the bags mixed up. They gave Connor Keefe the one from the hospital, and he's got the one from 34 Fairview. They messed it up because their chain of custody documentation is so bad. Oh my Lord. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. So much commitment to the gloves, but don't even have the right piece of evidence. This really is Keystone Cops. I mean, how is the jury not seeing this and wondering what's going on here? The wet clothes set in his truck for a minimum of about 6 hours and a maximum of about 8 hours in a bag before they took them to process. No, not a good idea. And your method of drying it is to lay it on butcher paper. Okay, the part of the clothes that are in contact with the butcher paper are not going to dry well. You have hanging racks for this purpose. Perhaps they are underfunded, but a lot of agencies will also have a special cooling, a special drying box where it's literally like a box that has places where you can hang things on it, and it will circulate air to help the thing dry very quickly. Rather like your own dryer. How your own dryer at home works. It's just that it doesn't tumble it because you don't want to disturb any trace evidence. It just hangs there nicely. The air circulates and it dries it, and then you can bag it and put it into evidence. You do not lie things out on butcher paper and wait a couple of days. That is not a good technique. Not a good technique for dealing with evidence, with wet clothing in particular. I'm really fascinated by how these objections are being sustained, and there's striking to any sort of attempt on his part to testify that Michael Proctor did not touch the car. Very interested in that. He tried a couple times. Tried it that first time. No, we didn't touch it. We didn't touch it. That got stricken very specifically. And then he tried it again. Did you see Proctor touch the car? No, he did not touch it. And that was stricken as well. He had to backpedal to I didn't see him. I gotta wonder about this. This is peculiar because he can testify to what's in his personal knowledge. Is that the basis? You don't know if Proctor touched it when you weren't looking? Perhaps. But it's just an unusual thing to strike. I mean, of all the things that are kind of stretching your personal knowledge from your observation, you're saying you were with Proctor all day, we were together. He didn't touch it as an extension from I didn't see him touch it. Doesn't really seem that extreme compared to what a lot of folks have generally been allowed to testify to. So it does make me wonder, do they know this is a lie? Is that why it's being stricken? That Proctor did touch the car? Can they prove Proctor touched the car? Is that the Alleyport video, perhaps?
Jurors will take our morning recess because
Not sure.
they need to watch us over there following the thing. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Did she say we're taking an hour or a half hour? Did she say we're coming back at 11:30? I didn't see it. I didn't see it on the captions. She said 11. I thought she said half an hour. Yeah, they gotta sort out their problem with the evidence here. They're over here presenting the wrong stuff, which means they admitted the wrong stuff yesterday.
Of representative from the defense team speak to Trooper Bukhenik about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
I think it will facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
So that means that their documentation yesterday was incorrect when they testified yesterday. Yes, this is a shoe that we recovered from 34 Fairview. That was correct. Let's see exactly how he identified it. Right, Connor Keefe gave us that shoe. What did he say? Yep, that was a shoe that was placed in the evidence bag, and you're right on the bag to document who and when it was collected. Do you now? Because it sure seems like you'd be able to look at that bag and recognize right away, oh, this isn't the shoe I collected because my name isn't on the bag. That's why you document. That's why you document who is collecting the evidence and at what time and where it is and where it came from and so forth. That's why it should be on the bag. So the testimony yesterday was incorrect. Incorrect. You messed that up. And now the jury knows you messed that up. You didn't even have the right shoe. You got the shoe swapped. They're making the Bowden defense for the defense. I mean, you couldn't write this. You really couldn't. You couldn't script this. We did such a good investigation. We were so careful and so thorough and so detailed, so concerned about solving the mystery of what happened to John O'Keefe that we couldn't even keep track of what shoe was what. It's a joke, but not a funny one. Not a particularly funny joke. The only piece of evidence besides those jeans that have come in so far from Trooper Bukhenik, the DMV record. Okay, we heard about, seizing her car, seizing her phone, videos, reviewed video of the car being loaded, and we already know there's video of it arriving at Canton, of it being unloaded. None of that, not a single bit of that has come in yet. But we got that DMV record. Thank goodness they didn't overlook that. That was real critical. Karen's walking without the vehicle registration. While they're talking about our priorities and so forth, the prosecutors got priorities too, not just the investigators. The prosecutors got priorities. This is your priority? We got to get in that DMV record. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, as I remember that Canton Sallyport video, we'll have to see it again. We'll definitely have to see it again, but it sure doesn't, as I remember it, match the way he's describing the vehicle, covered in snow, completely compacted, had a whole layer. My recollection is that snow is fairly well gone by the time it's come into the Sallyport. I remember a door kind of being closed and some snow falling off, but a very small amount of snow. Not the feet, multiple inches, many inches that would have accumulated on it if it had been parked out in the driveway in Dighton for several hours. We saw the video of the tow from the last trial. There's a lot of snow in Dighton at this point. This time with the Dighton video, that's a respectable storm. That's some good looking powder there. That is absolutely a powder day that could compete with Tahoe. It could. That was a good powder day that they had there in Dighton. A lot of snow, like not quite all the way up to your knee walking out to the driveway, but pretty close. Pretty close. Good, foot, if not more of snow on the ground. So a lot of snow is going to be on her car. He's describing it as like a frozen layer, almost compacted over the top. That's why they had to use the heated Sallyport. They couldn't take it to one of the other Massachusetts state police facilities that are nearby, even closer. Then they ultimately ended up in Dighton. It's easier to get a warrant. It has absolutely no relationship where the car is and where you get the warrant from. They don't need the car to issue a warrant. They need papers. That was a bit of a bizarre explanation. And then the last thing I noticed, I made a little note in here. The meeting in the conference room. We've been very circumspect about who participated in the search. Last time when O'Hara testified, and he named everybody that showed up for that search. That was the first time we've heard these are the names. Don't hear them from Bukhenik, right? Just totally him, Proctor, and other members of the homicide. Unnamed people, unspecified people participating in this meeting. Why don't we name them? It's a team effort. Give them their credit. Let them come get their plaudits for their contributions to this investigation. And if I'm thinking critically about why we haven't heard who the specific members of the CERT team participating in the search were until just the other day, I might think it had something to do with the fact that we haven't documented who found this plastic in the snow. Our best case scenario is we have Connor Keefe getting on the stand saying, I'm the one who put it all in the bags. They notified us. We documented it. Everybody stopped. We photographed it. We stuck it in the bag. That was me. Don't think his name's on the bag, or he would have noticed. Oh, hey, this bag isn't my bag. It's not the one with my name on it. No, why? Because it's Proctor's name on everything. Okay, spoiler alert. It's Proctor's name on everything. And the dates are not the dates it was collected. So that's why you didn't know which one was which. Because it all just says Proctor. So our best case scenario is we have Connor Keefe now trying to take responsibility for some part of the chain of custody of this evidence, but we still don't know who found it. Which officer that was operating a shovel or a broom or a rake on the evening of January 29th in front of 34 Fairview found each piece of plastic in the snow? Which one can get up on the stand and say, yeah, I found that plastic in place on the ground, near ground level at 34 Fairview during the search by the CERT team? Not a single person stepping up to say, yeah, that was me. Not a single person being called by the Commonwealth to say, yeah, that was me. Just a whole bunch of bags with Michael Proctor's name on it, not entered into evidence on January the 29th. Now we got Connor Keefe trying to take responsibility for it. But hey, guess what? Connor Keefe doesn't even know what's what. Why? Because his name isn't on the bag. I'm laying that down right now. We haven't even seen the bag. But we looked at the photos of the evidence bags from the last trial. We looked at that yesterday. You remember how the plastic pieces, they don't show the full bag. They just show like part of the tape and the evidence sticker from when it's logged into the system. They don't have the part where you write in who collected it, the date collected, the place it was collected from. The later collected plastic, we saw all those. But the ones from the CERT team, that part was cut out of those photos. Didn't see that. It's because I'm laying down the marker right now. It's Michael Proctor's name on all of those bags. And they weren't put into evidence on January the 29th or January the 30th or January the 31st or February the 1st. You get the idea. So being very vague about these team players, these team members who also contributed. Why? Because maybe there's nobody to put the spotlight on to step up and say, oh yeah, that was me. I found that taillight in the snow. Pretty easy to produce, you would think, if there were. Surely even today, you could go back to those people who were present at the search, now that we know who they are because Lieutenant O'Hara named them. Perhaps now we could call every single one of them the very least, especially if I'm the Commonwealth, I can give them all a call. Ask them, did you find any one of these pieces of plastic that were recovered during the search? Great, come on down and testify that you found it on the ground. You should have done that months, if not years ago. You should have done that months, if not years ago, but you can still do it now. Defense might object. They're not on the witness list, but, cross that bridge when you come to it. Find the person that will actually step up and say, yeah, I found this piece of plastic. That was me. That was me. Where are those people? Just like nobody's stepping forward to say, yeah, I am the first responder that Carrie gave the phone to, John's phone. Now we have Yuri Bukhenik is putting the phone in his possession, John O'Keefe's phone in their possession, him or Proctor. During that initial meeting at the Canton Police Department that they arrived at around 9:15, before they went to do the interviews, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert. Don't know why we're talking to them. They were inside the house. Inside the house is irrelevant. So how could they possibly have anything of interest to say to justify interviewing them for like the third time? So he's saying they had the phone beginning in that initial meeting before they went to do those interviews, before they got to Good Samaritan Hospital, somewhere between 9:15-ish and whenever those interviews started, 10:30. The phone starts moving at 11. There's no movement of the phone. There's no movement of the phone in this time frame. Remember, we have the log. We have the log. Just, can't shout out enough. My girl, Sleuthy Goosey. If you are not following Sleuthy Goosey and her spreadsheets for these trials, like what are you even doing with your life? She is an absolute gem when it comes to organizing evidence and information and filings and kind of keeping track of how everything is sourced, which is very important information. So, we have some information about John's health data. Just trying to pull it up so I can reference it, and I keep hitting the wrong button on my computer. I can be a little bit of a boomer like that. So let's see here. I'm kind of getting lost in my tabs. I guess I don't need those shoe pictures up anymore. John's phone, as I recall, doesn't move during this time frame. So John O'Keefe's iPhone registers movement at 8:08 a.m. for 3.31 minutes. It registers 133 steps. 8:07, between 7:53 and 8:07, over 9.63 minutes, it registers 87 steps, covering 175 feet. So a lot of movement, 7:42 to 7:52, 164 steps, 308.23 feet, 7:30 it's moving, 7:16 it's moving. A lot of movement. 6:55 to 7:04. 6:36 to 6:43. I'm just kind of going backwards here. Let's just start at the very beginning, why don't we? Very beginning is when the phone starts moving at 6:04. 6:04:01 a.m. where it begins to register 432 steps for almost a little over 650 feet. So 6:04 to 6:11, it's moving. Then it's still until 6:15 to 6:21, it's moving. Still again, 6:26 to 6:33, it's moving. 6:36 to 6:43, it's moving. 6:55 to 7:04, it's moving. Then it's still again. 7:05 to 7:14, 7:16 to 7:23, 7:30 to 7:31. Then it's still again. Then 7:42 to 7:52. Then it's still. Then 7:57 to 8:07. Then it's still. Then 8:25 to 8:26. Then 11:06. There's our gap. Okay. There's our gap in time. 8:08 to 8:11 is the last time. Oh, wait, no, sorry. 8:25 to 8:26 is the last time John O'Keefe's cell phone registers movement until 11:06 in the morning. So what we need to know is what time were those interviews at the McCabe house? If you ran through 3 witness interviews in less than an hour before you went over to Good Samaritan, I don't know that those were very detailed, thorough interviews. Don't know that those would be very thorough interviews. Normal process, you invite the witness to tell you everything that you remember, starting at whatever point. The interesting point here is going to be the night before, last time you saw John, what happened this morning, all of that. And then you go back and you, ask follow-up questions, get more detail, have it repeated a few times. That's a fairly normal interview. So no movement of the phone until 11:06 to 11:11. And then it moves 11:18 to 11:20. Then it moves 11:56 to 11:56:45. And then it's still. So that's our time frame. That's our time frame of the track of the phone as far as the health data tells us. Does that add up with his account? It's a lot of movement of that phone. Not quite sure it's at quite the right time. I'm curious to see, because we did hear from Jessica Hyde yesterday, and we can assume it's certainly logical that the phone was continuing to collect location data during this time frame. Phone was continuing to collect location data. It was still connected with the network. It wasn't put in a Faraday bag, or if it was, the Faraday bag was broken. So it's still connected to the network. It's still communicating with the towers, still receiving location data. Very interested in how that corresponds to the story that we've been told. Carrie Roberts to an unidentified first responder who has not stepped forward, not been called by anyone to say, I'm the person Carrie gave John O'Keefe's phone to. But now we have Bukhenik saying, I got it. I received. I was given John's cell phone. Huh. Notice the passive voice. Anytime you're reading a police report or listening to a law enforcement witness, notice the passive voice. Because there's something that they're not telling you when they use the passive voice, and that is who. Who gave you John's phone? Who? Who gave you John's phone? He was given the phone. What a tell. What a tell. Nobody has stepped forward to claim it. Well, since we have a few minutes here, I guess I'll take my banner down because we're still waiting for Bukhenik to come back. But we'll go ahead and take the chance to start going through some of your questions and comments. See what y'all are thinking this morning. Amba 35, if Commonwealth doesn't call Albert Higgins Proctor, do you think the judge will allow defense to treat as hostile if they call so they can ask leading questions? They'll have to start with, if they do call them, and I expect that they would, they'd have to start as if it's just a normal direct examination. It's their own witness. And it's basically just if the witness is being difficult, not cooperating, refusing to understand what you're talking about, refusing to be oriented to the subject, that type of thing, then she'll allow them to treat them as hostile so that the defense can get meaningful information from them. So it does depend in at least some part how they respond as witnesses. If they cooperate and they act like good direct witnesses, then there's no need to treat them as hostile. It's only if they behave as hostile that you need permission to treat them as hostile. So you try it out, you test it out, and you see, and if you need to, you make that request. Steve W.P. Mack, you are quite the trooper getting up and prepping yourself for explaining this trial to the rest of us. It is much appreciated. My confidence in the justice system and integrity is depleting. I am kind of sorry, to be associated at this point with these trials that just don't really seem to be giving us a great outcome. I mean, even Depp v. Heard, he got his judgment, but then it's kind of anticlimactic, right? Because she got a counter judgment, and then it's going up on appeal, but then it gets settled, and it's like it's just kind of, it's not the clean, definitive, black and white victory kind of justice that you might hope for. And at the end of the day, what consequence did she have? She didn't have to pay. She didn't have to pay a penny. Insurance paid it. I hate to have this sort of bring down vibe on the justice system, but it is what it is. This is the reality of it. And this is the reality of it. Justice is not what we imagine and hope for when it's played out in our courtrooms. We don't get the platonic ideal, the form of justice being manifested in court. No, you get a lot of mistakes, you get a lot of sloppy, you get a lot of ambivalence, you get a lot of unfairness. It's just important to see the system for what it is. So as much as I don't like being a bring down person, and I really do think, civilization kind of depends on our institutions, and the courts are a really important institution. If we can't rely on the courts for justice, then you take it into your own hands. That's the bargain. That's the social compact. The police and the courts get the monopoly on violence. They're the ones that get to lock people up in a box. They're the ones that get to potentially take somebody's life away, take their property, put restrictions on where they can go and what they can do, and so forth. And so we give them that right so that we don't take justice into our own hands and end up in a, Hatfield and McCoy type of situation. Book I haven't mentioned in a long time, but such a wonderful book, Ghetto Side by Jill Leovy. It's a little bit older now, but It's about Central LA, South Central LA. And it follows the investigation of the shooting death of the son of a homicide detective, and explores kind of the relationship between law enforcement and the community, and talks a lot about just how the situation got to be the way it is in terms of distrust for police within certain communities. It's because if the police don't give you justice, they don't care about you. They don't care about crimes committed against you. They don't care about your victimization. Then it creates a vacuum for somebody to step in and provide some kind of order and some type of retribution. And that can be the role that the gangs play in certain neighborhoods. So these are such important institutions, but look at them. Look at them. It's kind of easy to understand why faith in the institutions is at an all-time low right now. It's not a good state of affairs, guys. Warrior, can the defense play their own videos? We're going to have to see what she allows. If she's going to allow them under the rule of completeness to play more of Karen's interviews than just the pieces that the Commonwealth is picking and choosing. It hasn't been super clear to me. She seems to have suggested so far that before any clips are played, they're supposed to talk to each other and work out any kinds of objections about what exactly is played. And that seems to be because with these videos, she may be taking a narrow view of the rule of completeness. That just means, you can't cut Karen off mid-sentence if they want her to be able to finish her sentence. Maybe that's how we're interpreting it. But not like we'll be able to take a whole other section of the interview and play it to shed, additional light on what she said earlier in the interview. But that's not completely clear to me. So we're going to just have to see when we get to the defense case, are they going to be allowed to offer additional clips under the rule of completeness? That's the only way, really, for them to get them in, unless there is some other hearsay exception that applies, because when Karen offers her own statements, they're hearsay. They are statements offered outside of court, statements made outside of court, offered for the purpose of proving that what that statement says is something true. I want to prove the fact of what the statement says. When she offers it for herself, it's hearsay. If the Commonwealth offers it, it's a statement of a party opponent. It's an admission. It's an exception to the hearsay rule. So they get to admit her statements. She does not. That's part of the system. Nikki Lewis, Turtle Boy reporting that Commonwealth not calling Proctor. That's interesting. What do you guys think about that? Does that hurt the Commonwealth or help the Commonwealth? Because obviously the jury is going to see he's the lead investigator. He didn't get called. It's his name on half of these evidence bags. He is the chain of custody for a substantial amount of this stuff that I would think the Commonwealth wants to get into evidence. Last time, one of the things that they did that was fairly powerful, they had, I'm pretty sure it was Ashley Vallier. I just can't remember now which one of the lab people it was, who went in and took all these pieces of plastic that they had found out there at 34 Fairview, they say, and reconstructed the taillight, did a puzzle, put them all back together, had that reconstructed taillight. Because that's pretty good evidence the plastic came from her taillight, right? You're able to fit it all back together. Of course, there's still a big piece missing. One big piece they weren't able to recover any plastic from. So maybe they don't want to do that again. Maybe that's not so helpful again. But if they're going to do that, if they're going to get that type of evidence in, they need those plastic pieces in evidence. And those came in through Proctor. So I don't know how we get past him testifying to get those later later found, the plastic that revealed itself over the following weeks as the snow melted. To get that into evidence, you need Proctor. So suggest to me they would be abandoning that whole line. That makes me wonder. Okay, now we got to go look at the defense's witness list here. Did they put any of those people on their list? Lab people? I don't think they did. Ashley, I'm pretty sure it's Valle. I mean, it looks like a French spelling, but I can't quite see it. Maybe it's Valier. I don't remember. She's on the Commonwealth's list, but she's not on the defense list. So I'm not sure that they could come call her. She's not on both. Maureen Hartnett was on both. Valier is not. So maybe that piece of the taillight gets abandoned. That whole part of the case. I personally, I can see that being a strong piece of evidence on both sides. The fact that they're able to reconstruct it, strong for the Commonwealth. It means these plastic pieces probably did come from that taillight. But there's this one big chunk that's missing. And that kind of makes it sound like, it was missing before they...
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
You see the court is such a.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had walked downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
Yeah.
Text messages, don't know what that's about. But that big piece that's missing from the taillight, even after they're able to reconstruct it, seems pretty consistent with Karen's having backed into John's SUV and broke her taillight. So it can potentially be a strong piece of evidence for both sides. But if Proctor's not coming in, I don't think we're getting that. This I never figured out, but I always wanted to. Did they find more plastic than they were able to fit in? Or were they able to match up every single piece that they recovered? I wanted to know about that because I wanted to know about the possibility. Did we maybe sprinkle some tail light around any tail light around 34 Fairview for the CERT team to find? But then we mysteriously, find some more over the coming weeks. And then that's what ends up going into the taillight reconstruction. I'd always kind of wondered about this. Not sure that we know.
All rise to the court, jurors entry.
Slipped out of character for a minute there. Forgot the role he was playing. Diligent, forensically responsible evidence handler.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. Matt?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
So they did get it sorted out. It was, in fact, the right sneaker that he had. It was the right sneaker he showed before.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Trooper
Touch that
Bukhenik, there are
mic
two
with your
more
glove.
items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
Is this that quilt-covered thing
Court's
behind
permission,
him?
Trooper Bukhenik, show it to the jury.
Yes.
Did they mount the shirt? They mounted the shirt.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
And all that blood down that front of that shirt.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Just place it on that side.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Bukhenik, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right,
The court's permission.
yes.
A lot of blood down the front, but they've wrinkled it all up there, so you
Could you
can't
show the
really
backside?
see. That's convenient.
May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as to exhibit 80, maybe approach the witness.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach the witness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so about being able to get those items out of the plastic so that the jury can look at them, see them, handle them. It's you do get to do with the evidence, with the physical evidence. Maybe they want to see where the blood is. Pretty convenient how that whole front of that sweatshirt was all bunched up in that plastic there. Remarkable. One of the reasons, guys, just while I'm thinking about this, why I have this sprinkling some taillight out at the scene for cert to find is because if they had found her actual taillight, even if it's a planted, okay, even if somebody gets there to plant Karen Reed's taillight from the Sally Port, wouldn't you book it into evidence right away? That would make your frame job stronger, right? It was her taillight. We found it on January the 29th. We booked it into evidence January the 29th, January the 30th, whatever. That would solidify your frame job. But they didn't do that. They held everything back and didn't book it in until quite a bit later. So that's what gets me thinking is this, they have this conference room. They have the area we heard about in the last trial where they just sort of kept all the evidence. Doesn't seem particularly secure until they booked it in. So you gathered, what you needed, and it's available to be able to swap out. Okay, CERT has these pieces that they got from the scene. We've got busted pieces from Karen Reed's taillight. We'll swap out those ones that they had at the scene with similar size and shape and whatever ones from Karen's taillight. Just a possibility. But it's an explanation for why didn't you book this stuff in immediately? You needed to gather it all and get it organized before you put it all in.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
Oh,
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole,
because all the taillight was found in the
fire
street.
hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process to handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
They would use
After
it
the
just
end of
like
the
you're
bag, was
using
the
it,
bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say
fingering
eventually,
all
what does
over
that
the
mean?
outside of that
Once
glove
it
as you put it
was,
on.
all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Bukhenik
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jack?
I'm sorry. No. Hand you a series of photographs. I'd ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs and evidence.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
Okay. 127, please.
Six.
8994.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
No objection, Your Honor.
I want to know that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184, 7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184, 7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You want to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490 7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to
Excavating?
50 square feet.
There's no excavation
in the
there.
area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what you're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's no excavation there. You're
Is
just
the
looking
item that
around
you
the
recovered
edges.
on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492 7692. Before we
No, there's
close
no
up,
excavation.
sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that?
There's no digging here at all. This
Why
is
is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler
Undisturbed
is
snow.
utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515 7721.
Still no
Recognize that piece of
excavation.
evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
There's remember,
Thank you. If
small,
we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493 7694.
1 foot area in the street where plastic is
Could you zoom
found,
in, please?
and then a big scattering all over the yard.
Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507 7711, please.
Still no excavation. Look at
Could you
the
zoom in,
footprint
please?
over there.
How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please.
Quite a scatter pattern.
When you
Didn't
were
see a
searching,
single
did you
evidence
find
of
any
shoveling.
item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it processed.
I'm sorry, Yuri?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Just wait till it's marked, then show it. Not like you did last time with the plastic, but the defense didn't object, so whatever.
From the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
I think this is evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Exhibit 98.
After the street was plowed, you found a straw in the street. Great, great investigative work there.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Looks like a coffee stir, doesn't it? Looks like that straw you get at Starbucks to stir your coffee.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close,
It's on top of
do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Rex.
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
A clue.
Did you or the team
Clue.
ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
Yep. That straw pulled up through all those wind gusts.
All right, I've moved that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought they got out of order. I lost track.
Thank you.
I think they misnumbered the straw as 97
Court's
and they
permission,
96.
Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury?
And of course, it's a thin blue line hat.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line American flag on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Your Honor, move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as four separate or A, B, C?
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526-7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track
That's where they
by
shoveled.
one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P527-7735.
This is again, the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529-7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonged to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Sure seems like they knew right where they were shoveling. Why don't you show us the scene as a whole? How far did you excavate to find that hat? Why were you
Did you
having no
search
trouble
the
excavating
entire
so much
front lawn
snow
at
on
that
the
time?
graph?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
You know
As a
who it was.
result
It
of
was
receiving
Turkey.
a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work
Directed
and home
check.
to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As
The
you were on your
drive-by
way
is
there,
now
you
a
received a
directed
call from
check.
someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and
Revealed
it was
itself.
collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
It revealed itself. I'm here. I'm ready for my close-up. I've been thumbing back through my notes from the first trial to see what there is about the straw. And so far, I only see it being mentioned one time during Ashley Vallier's testimony, and she didn't do anything with it. I didn't see any DNA testing of it.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 100.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Not seeing that they tested the straw, guys. Andre Porto was the guy who did most of the DNA testing in the last trial. He does not mention testing the straw. The only person I saw mention the straw at all was Ashley Valle, and she just acknowledged that it existed.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these evidence, A and B, court permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jones?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please.
I think they're noticing all these photographs and not a single one of Karen's car.
Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
And where
look at
was
how
in
it
relation
revealed
to the
itself.
other pieces that you had found on February 3rd.
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
It was
Is that
totally
on the
not
lawn
just
or on
placed
the
there.
pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47?
Totally not just placed there. Look at that. Look at that.
Thank you. You could take it down, please.
Literally just placed there on top.
When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Might have been Proctor.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Small.
Can I open it?
Please.
Handle all over the outside of your gloves first. Make sure you put them on after you handle the bag. And do your Simba thing with the plastic. Oh, the light shines down from the heavens. Angel choir sing.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total of the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
What does the bag say?
Those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves
Does the
in a
bag
bag?
say 6 items?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the, let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach?
But it
I'm not sure
wasn't
if I
in
can
the
mark
same
this one
general
for
area.
everyone.
It's where the snow that had been there before has now melted a week later. So it's actually a different area, right? Because they revealed itself where previously it had been hidden before the other things revealed themselves.
7-12, please.
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the,
Exhibit 103.
with the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the bag?
Yes.
Very important point here. Better all be at ground level, not carefully laid on top of a small little bit of snow in the process of melting.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a
Why
memory
would
of
you
where
know where
these
the
items were
glass
found in
is?
relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow is on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the Waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's
When
residence.
did you get that
Did
search
you
warrant?
receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We
Sure.
requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor.
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police.
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
Yeah.
You can receive
text?
communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay, do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
You were
Did you
disciplined.
receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through
No,
with
you liked it.
verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Oh,
Yes.
he didn't see the nudes.
And as a
You're going to
result of
try
that
to say you
text
didn't see
chain-
that?
Was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was
What
there
was
a
it?
second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
What
Did it
was it?
relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
What was,
What
the
was that
finding?
second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the
Oh, you
quarterly
lied about the
performance
review?
evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
So you lied on the performance review.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Didn't read the whole chain. Just saw the one come up on his watch and thumbs upped it.
Yeah, stand here.
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
It's a
Do you
text
remember this
chain.
email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do
Defense
you want
is
me to
not
date it in
objecting.
time? I know.
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
From?
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to
Yes, read them
understand.
over.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Dan?
Yes.
Recognize the number.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, yes.
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There is a blank page, and that's the end.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations,
Why didn't you just ask Jen?
different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, or we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Unless he's in his different position again.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
Wow, look at that. Frozen rock hard ground. I love that she drives over the grass if he's going to make her park like that and make it hard to get out. Yeah, then I'll just drive over the corner of your walkway in the grass.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
Somebody leaking oil on the driveway? Riveting. I don't know if we'd ever know what would happen, what had happened if we hadn't seen this.
Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Is there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play?
Walking there right by Karen's car. Nobody's like, ooh, that busted tail light.
Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute segment of video 165?
Still Still barely any snow on the ground, guys. Look at that.
Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please.
It's noon and there's barely any more snow on Karen's car. There's none accumulating over the wheels.
Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
Karen's dad's car is still running. See, the wipers are going. So they never intended to stay long at Meadows.
Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171?
Oh, somebody's waiting in the car? Has somebody been waiting in the car the whole time?
And 175.
The hood of John's car looks like it has the most snow, like drift on it, and it looks no more than maybe 4 inches. Hard to tell from here, but this is not feet and feet and feet of snow.
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at
But
the
there's
Sally
a
Port, did
sticky
you get
note
an
from the Chico,
opportunity
isn't
to
there?
look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sally Port, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did
Well,
you
we just
view
saw some, didn't we?
the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
Forgot to delete that one. Karen leaving in the morning.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6.
Let's watch it again. Let's look at the tail light again.
If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
Backed into John's car and hit it.
Can you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
That's over
Can you
around
zoom
the
back out for a
side.
second, please. Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Handing you a document, sir. Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
104.
Sure hope Arca's gotten a hold of this.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
Okay.
At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dayton, but before that, Did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dayton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11?
They sure downloaded that and got it fast for not knowing that it was significant.
Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dayton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw
100%
that morning?
consistent.
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dayton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
No objection, Your Honor.
100 slide.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Indeed they do, Penny B. Indeed they do.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, look at all this snow out in Dayton compared to what we've just seen. He's almost bottoming out. She's almost bottoming out, just pulling in. This is where all the snow was. Sure wasn't on Meadows.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Kind of looks yellow, and
continue,
it looks
please?
like the blinker, which is supposed to be yellow.
Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th,
Oh, we're going to do the drink count now.
2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
Reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the council sidebar for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
They want to do it after lunch so you don't pay too close attention. Don't pay too close attention. We paid very close attention last time. Most people didn't. It was in the middle of the afternoon in a lull, quite boring. Oh, now they've clipped it. Last time they fast forwarded it through and gave us the timestamps. The timestamps are kind of important because Trooper Proctor put timestamps in his affidavit from when he says he sees Karen taking drinks. So it's kind of important to see how those add up. But doesn't look like maybe we're going to get that this time. I don't know. We'll have to see. Hank's like, please let us go to lunch early. Please. I really want to do this after lunch. Don't know how long their sidebar is going to take. So much mysteriously missing ring video. So mysterious. Kept that one really good clear view of the taillight. Thinking, look at that. That shows a broken taillight. Does it? Does it now? Oh, we have to be patient. We'll have to be patient for the defense case on this one and see if they have evaluated that like be in trouble
Yes.
did.
Sir, I'm giving you the CD. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection.
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
So they made a PowerPoint out of clips. We know they're going to try to say that, but they could not establish that last trial. Tried multiple ways and couldn't. Guarino had to confirm that the phone had access. John's phone is where he had access to the ring camera.
You recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28, 2022 at 9/26/01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look.
Somebody please stop eating the microphone. It's almost lunch. That's where she lost the jury in that analogy, because they're like, why is
Yes, I do.
anybody sending back pepperoni pizza?
There's still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A through 108B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you at a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Duty Ron. This is probably Duty Ron.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes, so the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Could you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes,
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify clothing they might be wearing?
from left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. If we could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
got a second glass that looks like water. Doesn't have the lime on it. At least not that I saw.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Kilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
Trying to lull us. Watching all this irrelevant stuff. Meanwhile, her glass is sitting there on the counter. What a drunk. John's drank like half a beer while her glasses just sat there.
So right there, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
Okay. We knew John had a phone. Now, just bear in mind, look at the timestamp down here, 21:26, 9:26. They said it's 12 minutes behind, right? McCarthy's is 12 minutes behind, so that means in real time it is.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it.
9:39. Okay, it's 9:39 by now. According to the Commonwealth statement of the facts, she received drinks at 8:58, 9:15, 9:20, and 9:33. She should be on her fourth drink by now.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes
Weirdly-
into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45.
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Why'd you skip 9:57? 9:57 is in your statement of facts. We are at 9:57.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection's sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Is Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket. The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
So Karen was supposed to have received another tall glass and a shot glass at 9:57. Didn't see that happen.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
1022 isn't in their statement of facts.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
Not the same one she'd put down.
A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
After he took the shot, we just watched him take the shot. Did we not just watch the man take the shot in front of our eyes?
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand,
Uh-huh. You don't say. The same
places it on the
one.
bar.
She's been putting up and picking down, picking up and putting down the whole time.
And then
What time are we at now?
that was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Could we play 10:37, please?
Also not on their timeline, 1025. Oh, she sipped from her same glass again. You're going to say that's a different glass?
Bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
The shot's what, sat there for 15 minutes? 10:41 also not on their timeline.
Here, the 4 shot
Is it
glasses are
10:29?
redistributed.
10:29 on theirs. Okay.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
You don't actually know what she did with it because she did something with it over on the other side of John.
Okay, I'll strike that.
I poured it into somebody else's shot glass.
Next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand.
It's still like almost
Continues to sip
completely
on it.
full.
And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
Kind of looked like she put it down at the end of the bar there before she left. A little hard to see, but
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Next slide. And this-
Sustain.
I'm going to actually see consents on this.
You don't know. You don't know. We just watched it for ourselves, and you don't know. They're going to take lunch now because we're getting well into the lunch hour. Sorry to break up your little drink count here. The video doesn't add up to their statement of facts, and that might be a little bit of an issue. Guess we're going to have to find out.
For the lunch and break, it's 10:01. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I just can just file out that.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
I'm assuming it will be 45 minutes as usual, but we'll give them a minute and see if they're doing anything. Alan's objection to that suggests to me he's ready for cross on that. We shall see. We shall see. Another place where they're trying to insulate Proctor. Proctor is the one who signed an affidavit saying, I reviewed the video, and at these times I observed her taking a drink. And the narrative that was provided does not add up to what we just watched with our own eyes. Gaslighting trial of the century. Sit there and tell us that things are happening. We can see with our own eyes. We don't need you. We don't need you to tell us we're seeing stuff that's not there. For example, Karen pouring a shot into a glass. You can't see. Everything is behind John. You have no idea what Karen did. And it looks like she's drinking out of the same glass pretty much the whole night. We're just sitting on the fan now, so I think they've gone ahead and departed. They aren't going to come back They're going to come back with the jury. Well, guys, what do you think of old Trooper Bukhenik? What do you think of him? All this taillight video? All this taillight video? Is it damning? Does it add up to what the Commonwealth is claiming? 100% consistent with the condition in that Sally port. One thing you notice in the Sally port, it's the back. It's like a square, completely broken away, but the side part's pretty much all still there. So when you see like around the edge of the car, they're trying to like say, oh, that yellow stuff is white. I'm pretty sure that's the blinker. Pretty sure that's supposed to be yellow. We'll see. We'll wait for the defense's case. But anybody who watched Be in Trouble, is it Be in Trouble 31? I can't remember the number. There's numbers in it. But he did that fantastic series of videos with the taillight, the Lexus taillight, where he bashed it up, connected it to a battery, and it wouldn't be ignite, but illuminated it so that you can see the taillight broken in the condition it was in the Canton Sally port. Here's what it would look like when it was lit up driving down the street. Then we can compare it to these taillight videos. Unfortunately, nothing alike. Particularly because of that diffuser piece that they found on the lawn, the piece that has the weird, like little bumps, little kind of nubs in it, little dimples, I think they called it in the first trial. That's the diffuser he showed us in that video. The diffuser is what draws the light down into the taillight. So without the diffuser, there is no light drawn into the taillight at all. It would not be shining white light. This is not an old incandescent bulb taillight where you have a white bulb that's shining through red plastic to give you red light on the outside. That's not how it works. You have an LED light that is moved with a diffuser. The diffuser is gone. The light doesn't move. You get no light at all in that situation. So very hopeful that we'll get something like that from the defense. Compare what the tail light should look like if it was in that condition it was in the Sally port. Did you like how they buried the Proctor text and the discipline there in the middle of the cross? Suddenly Brennan remembered primacy and recency. Oh, this part where you thumbed up the text? Didn't mention which one he thumbed up. Which one did you acknowledge and thumb up, Trooper Proctor? Which one of those texts that we heard? Of course, that wasn't the entire exchange, was it? Which one was it? Trying to pretend like, oh, I was busy at work. You're on traffic detail. You're doing nothing but scrolling your phone. I don't even want to hear that. You got one. It came through on your watch. You have your watch set up to your work phone. Really? So you didn't see the whole thing. You just saw one come through and you didn't know the context. And so you just gave it a thumbs up just because. You like that explanation? All buried there in the middle. And the sustained findings related to failure to adequately supervise and the accuracy of the quarterly performance review of Proctor. The accuracy. You don't say. His performance review was inaccurate. Did he lie? Did he lie in that performance review? I would love to find out when this clothing was. I mean, I don't even know how they did this. Did they mount it or did they like submerge it in epoxy? How is this now embedded in plastic? I'd like to know when. Because you may remember if you watched the first trial, one of the issues with John's clothing is all the DNA on it. lots of mixtures of DNA on that clothing. And I have to think burying it in plastic might make it hard to go in and retest some of that. See if we can maybe get a better sample, isolate some of these mixtures, get a match. Curious when that decision was made to let's go ahead and put it in plastic. And is this permanent? Are we able to still get to this t-shirt intact, DNA intact? Wonder what we're going to find out about that. Well, guys, let me take a couple of your comments and questions, and then I will be taking my break. You know the routine. I got some new music we can try out. There's a few different ones. So just to give you that alert while I go check on the trees and do the whole routine. Sounds like the dog is, she was napping nicely all morning. You might have gotten a few little snores. Not sure if you could hear those or not, but sounds like she's out to do her rounds as well. So good time to check on things. Joe Flipperhead, thanks for the coverage, Andrea. Well, thank you, Joe. Thanks for being here with us. Great couple games the Phillies have had, haven't they? It's been a fun time to watch the Phillies. Now, granted, Tampa's kind of easy to beat up on, but it's fun. It's fun watching them. It's watching them play against a team that isn't particularly good, and getting to kind of tee off a little bit, have a good time. Alec Boehm broke that home run slump he's been in. No home runs in September of last year. Finally hit a home run yesterday. Boom, coming in. I can't really say it was clutch. I think they were like 5 runs up or something like that. Fun time to watch the Phillies. Thanks for being here with us, Joe. Appreciate it. Charlie Eckert, I have been watching Rakita and I am watching your stream while he is in Vegas. You come highly recommended. Well, thank you. That is great to hear. Some of my first YouTubing ever was over there on Nick Rakita's channel during Depth Fee Heard. Have some fond memories of those days. Always enjoyed that. Enjoyed the degenerates in the chat, the whole scene. Good time you guys have going on over there. So hope Rakita's having a good time in Vegas. Sandra M. Hank wanting to gain sympathy from the jury for Bukhenik being an immigrant from Ukraine. You caught that too? Oh, the Ukraine. Oh, maybe he's lost family and his homeland. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. Listen to how he talks. Okay, he talks with a Massachusetts accent. I caught that, trying to elicit that sympathy. Oh, and then also wanted to serve his country after 9/11. What a patriot. Must be one of us. Mary P., he just gave an excuse. Proctor won't be testifying. The rumor going around, apparently, I see that that Turtle Boy is reporting this too, that Proctor's not going to be called. Brennan's not going to call him. We'll see. We'll see. Seems like they've gotten this taillight plastic in through Bukhenik. Not quite sure how, but also not sure if there's still more that Proctor collected on his own. Haven't closed the chain of custody on the phone either, have we? Have we? We'll see. We'll see if Bukhenik can take responsibility for that. Guess we'll have to see. But that is the theory at this point. We'll see. We'll see. Seems like kind of a gamble not to call the lead investigator, especially when you know the defense can just call him anyway. He is on the defense witness list. Right there. Both of them, Michael Proctor, have named him as a witness. So we'll see how that plays out. Marcelo, Commonwealth will not be calling Proctor. So apart from this man testifying, we will have the neurologist acting as ME and Trooper Paul's mentor. And I guess that will be it for their case. Yeah, what else would there be? I mean, they don't want to call in the crime lab people, right, to testify about all of the male DNA that was all over John's clothing. That didn't seem to go so well the first time. The blood pattern stain, where you found blood on all his clothing, down the front, down his jeans, onto the top of his shoes. Probably won't do that again. Don't know about the taillight reconstruction. There was some good and some bad for both sides with that one. Them, yes, look, we found all the pieces of taillight. Must have all been in the yard, except for that little 1 foot area where the CERT team got the plastic, because the road's been plowed 1 billion times by now. And if the road has been plowed, anything in the road has been swept away, moved. So what a coincidence none of the taillight was over there in the road, because they were able to recover it all from the lawn, except for those first however many pieces that it's not really clear that CERT recovered from the road on the first night in that small little 1 square foot area. Sort of helpful to the Commonwealth, I guess. Look, it's all Karen's taillight, but except for that piece they couldn't find, the one little rectangular chunk that they couldn't find, that kind of, might look a little like that snow picture that you see on the back, little piece on top, maybe. Kind of maybe looks a little bit like that. Weird how they never found that. What a coincidence that the only pieces they didn't find all came from that same spot on the taillight. So don't know if they'll be doing that. Yeah, what else was there? What else even was there? They're not going to call Nicholas Barros again. No way. He's the Dighton police officer that went with them to the Karen's father's house for the tow. Some of these are names I don't remember. Test Chart did the dog DNA testing. Didn't she do the dog DNA testing and found the pig DNA? Was she the one from UC Davis, or was she the one that did the hair, the mitochondrial from the hair? I think they still have to do the hair. They have to at least bring in Maureen Hartnett to do the collection from the Sally port. She's the one that responded to the Sally port, took the tail light, got the hair, got the bumper glass, all of that stuff. So I think they would have to at least call her, at least if they want to use the hair. And I think they will, because didn't we hear about the hair in opening? That they're going to want to use the hair. Haven't heard from Julie Nagel yet. Are we going to hear from Julie Nagel? Is she going to be like the grand finale? Julie Nagel with the black blob she saw on the lawn, but nobody mentioned. Nobody did anything about it. No, Terry Kuhn. Wasn't Terry Kuhn the dog DNA person? I have to go through my notes when I get a chance. Not doing any of the Aruba people. Definitely not calling anybody else from the house, from inside the house. Other than I would think Julie Nagel. I would think Julie. So yeah, we got to be getting close, guys. We got to be getting close. Data from, we got to get the key cycles, the data extraction from Karen's SUV, the infotainment system, and then like whatever, if anything, they were able to get between the last trial and this trial. That could come in maybe through the reconstructionist, but yeah, not 100% sure about that one. Tully, do they need Tully? I'm not sure that they need Tully. They may not call Tully either. Didn't Tully also get disciplined for his role in all this, or did he escape? I can't quite remember now. So yeah, I mean, they don't call Proctor. They don't call Proctor. I think we are getting close, and I think that tells us about some parts of their case that they just may be willing to walk away from. Seems very difficult to do that, but it also seems like it may just depend on what Bukhenik is willing to fall on his shield for, give cover for, things like the phone and the taillight and so forth. Nick Stero, me and Runkle laugh in unison over this blizzard and hazardous driving conditions. It's like 8 in the morning and it's hardly snowing and there's hardly any snow. What are y'all freaking out about? This is nothing. And you know it's nothing. You're in Massachusetts. You know this is nothing. Surely the jury knows this is nothing. Now that Dighton video, that's pretty good. When her car is pulling in and her front's having to kind of plow because the snow is so high, it's over the, lip of the bumper. That's a good amount of snow. It's like some respectable, Tahoe quality snow right there. That's probably the best skiing they've had in Massachusetts in maybe decades. I've never actually skied on the East Coast. Just heard it's not real pleasant. Our snow out here in the Cascades is not typically great either. Cascade cement is what we call it. But here it gets a little icy over there on the East Coast. Don't often get nice, deep, fresh powder like we get over in the Sierra Nevadas and the Rockies. So that was probably quite a ski day. But no, 7, 8, 9 in the morning. When did they come back to the house? At like 10 something? Karen's there at noon. Karen's getting there at noon. And there's still barely any snow. They're at noon and there's barely any snow. Help me with this timeline. Please help me with this timeline. Okay. By 8, whatever. No, it's like 9:15, right? Bukhenik gets to Canton Police. He starts to have the meeting with the other folks at the Canton Police Department. Goes and does the interview at Jen McCabe's house. Then goes over to the hospital as Karen's leaving. Right before, right after, there's just a very close overlap in time there with them going to the hospital. They're at the hospital for how long? Meanwhile, Karen is over here at John's house, but you wait for everybody to go to Dighton. And then you wait a couple hours. Like, how long are you at the hospital and what for? This is really, I'm having a hard time figuring out. Your suspicion has come into focus on Karen. Very curious when you downloaded and watched this dash cam video that nobody knew was significant at the time. When did it become determined that dash cam was significant? Obviously, very fast. So when did you become focused on Karen's taillight? Oh, let me guess. After you talked to Jen? But we're letting Karen run all over Canton and Dighton. Retrieve the murder vehicle. Having a hard time adding that all up. But we'll see. Hospice Jess, Brennan pre-rehabilitated Trooper Bukhenik. Pre-habilitated. Yeah, he kind of did. He tried to get out ahead of it. You take the sting out. It's a smart thing to do. It's really what you should do when you have bad facts. You shouldn't ignore them and let the defense exploit them on cross. You really should pretty much do what he did. Bury it in the middle of your testimony and minimize it. No big thing. Now the jury has already formed an impression of it. So once it comes up again on cross, unless you were like really misleading, there might be some room to play here. What exactly did you thumbs up, Trooper Bukhenik? Exactly which comment was it? Then the jury isn't surprised by it. It's not so shocking. So Nikki Lewis, did I hit him? Bukhenik just said, yeah. She was making comments like, did I hit him? He didn't assert anybody said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Nobody reported that to him. That even after now, Jen's talked to Lank twice and to Proctor. And it was, some things you never forget. Some things you never forget, except for that statement. The declarative, it was so significant. She'd been running around all morning asking the question, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? But it was so shocking when that suddenly switched to I hit him, declarative, that Jen McCabe will never forget it, except she told the story 3 times at least and didn't mention it. Forgot it. Bukhenik's only going to back up, did I hit him? Interesting. Is everybody kind of protecting themselves at this point? Not willing to put themselves out on a limb for these other people just in case? I don't know. All right, guys, I am going to step aside at this point, take a minute to check everything out, and I will be back shortly. All right, guys, we're back. Well, I'm back. Court's not back, but I am back. Thank you for accommodating me, stepping aside. We're having a beautiful day out there today. It's the first day it hasn't been, at least a little bit windy. Wind is a constant in this part of the country. And as I've mentioned before, the wind is really the hardest thing to manage when it comes to keeping the trees healthy. It just desiccates them. It dries them out so fast. Today's the first day it hasn't been, at least a little bit windy. So the trees are in great shape. Didn't need too much of a touch up. So while we wait for Court to come back, let's go ahead and continue with your comments and questions. Send it. The roots of MSP are rotten. Justice, DOT, justice.gov, USAO, MAPR, former Massachusetts State Police Sergeant convicted bribery and extortion conspiracy. It looks like this is a link to a article. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mentioned last time before the weekend, one of the things that I'd like to look up and learn a little bit more about is the Whitey Bulger stuff, because I just kind of know the 10,000 foot view of that story. But I know there's corruption associated with that, law enforcement covering for him continuing to, commit crimes and stuff like that while he's ostensibly an informant for law enforcement. And yeah, I'm sure there's been others. I really don't doubt it at all. So Massachusetts State Police Sergeant convicted of bribery and extortion is like hardly a shocking headline from my perspective. But folks want to check that out. Do so. The rural juror, I don't like how casual he is sitting in there. He does have kind of a casual sort of lean to him a lot of the time. But I don't like is the smug smirk on his face. That's what I don't like. The little giggling that he can't mention Proctor, like he thinks it's real silly that he has to talk about only his own stuff and not Proctor's. We know you're trying to be a surrogate for Proctor so that he doesn't have to be here at all and it doesn't affect the case. But you know perfectly well, you only get to testify to your personal knowledge. You know perfectly well you don't get to testify about what people said. You know that perfectly well. I'm still fascinated by these objections and motions to strike that Judge Cannoni is granting when Bukhenik has twice now tried to say Proctor never touched the car. I'm intrigued by this. I'm intrigued by this because it just the first time, for example, when it comes up, they're talking about being in the driveway, looking at the car. Proctor got closer to the car. Did he touch the car? No. He wasn't actually asked. I don't think he was asked. I think he was asked, did you touch the car? I'll have to go back and double check that exactly what the question was. It's part of what I'm curious about because I want to see real specifically what exactly is Mr. Brennan trying to elicit, and is the witness going beyond that? I did notice it the second time when they're talking about the Sally Port, and Brennan asked him, "Did you see Proctor touch the car at any time?" And Bukhenik said, he didn't touch the car at any time. He didn't touch the car. Objection stricken. He's not allowed to say that. And at least on that occasion, that's not what Mr. Brennan was trying to elicit. He was just trying to volunteer it. I'm just a little bit intrigued by this because particularly in that first point, when they're talking about being in the driveway in Dighton, they're there together. They're there together, and he's seeing. So for him to say, Proctor didn't touch the car doesn't really seem to be outside of his personal knowledge. Do you need more foundation that he was watching Proctor, that he's, didn't take his eyes off him while they're both near the car? But Brennan didn't follow up on any of that. He just dropped it and let it go. So I'm very intrigued by this because I'm just wondering, it's just one possibility. Certainly can't say it's the case. But prosecutors and defense lawyers, you cannot knowingly elicit false information on the stand. If you know that a witness is giving false testimony, you have a duty to correct it. And they had that initial sidebar with Bev. She struck it. She struck it since, when Mr. Brennan did not try to elicit it. It's just making me wonder, do they know it's false somehow? Do they have Proctor dead to rights touching that car somehow? I don't know, but it is something I'm going to be paying attention to. Sandy B, the crime scene services should have taken control of John's clothes. I don't have a huge problem with crime scene services not taking the clothes because the clothes are no longer at the crime scene. The clothes are already, thrown on the ambulance, thrown on the hospital floor. They're not pristine. These are not forensically intact items. But crime scene services should have been there for the search of 34 Fairview on the 29th. I don't know why it wasn't. Why was it cert? This explanation has never made sense. They bring crime scene services out to photograph that one little planned excavation where they didn't excavate anywhere where they found taillight. It's clearly just lying on the melted grass and or on top of melting snow. Not like revealing itself, melted down, and it's like still partially in there and it's, being uncovered. No, it's just lying nicely on top. How conveniently. But the hat, we photographed the hat. Dug out the hat. How much of that area did you have to dig out to find the hat? I'd like to know that. I would definitely like to know that. And I'd like to know, how was it that you were able to dig the compacted, melted snow off of the grass when CERT wasn't able to do it the very night that it was fresh? It was too difficult for them. Couldn't handle the grass. So they didn't search the grass. Kind of curious how that works. Lawyer Nurse, some opinions on X are the Commonwealth won't call Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, or Matt McCabe, or any of the police and firefighters who testified they never heard Karen Reed say, "I hit him," and they are close in closing. What are your thoughts, Andrea? I mean, I'm hearing the same rumors as far as they're not going to call Proctor. I kind of gave up expecting them to call Brian Albert and Brian Higgins and the rest of the folks in the House. That clip that they played yesterday to me really solidifies it. They are hanging the case on Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe is the Commonwealth's. She's going to win it or she's going to lose it. I can't help but, really be fascinated at how Brian Albert has just disappeared out of this trial this time around. We heard so much about Brian Albert in the first trial. He was like the big bad wolf before he ever got on the stand. He's the Boston Police Department. He's a boxer. He's, maybe angry, powerful, all that stuff. We barely even heard his name this time. We've heard Jen, and then we've heard Brian Higgins. And Brian Albert has just disappeared in all of this. And I find that a bit peculiar. So they're going to hang their hat on Jen. And I think that was the signal that they gave us with playing that clip yesterday. It's either Karen or Jen. You're going to have to pick one or the other. And if they don't win the case, that means that's on Jen. So shut up with your calls to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office telling us what to do, because you couldn't win the case. We literally made it all about you. You thought you could carry it. You didn't. Something like that. Yeah, I'm not really expecting them to call like Matthew Kelly, the firefighter who was there with Flamati and Nuttall doing the CPR, the one who testified. Nope, he didn't hear anything about I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Even though Nuttall says, Karen said it and he was right there at her feet. Not going to call them. Not going to call Seraph and Good, the guys at the scene that Katie McLaughlin said, yeah, it was right in front of Seraph. And he said, go get Goody, go get Goody. Not going to hear from either of them. Leave them for the defense to call. That doesn't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me at all. So, yeah, I think we're probably on track. Probably getting close to them closing. I mean, they said 3 to 4 weeks. That's where we're at, right? Just about to finish week 3. Marianne Patera. CPD is run by vampires. They leave crime scene before the crack of dawn, can't enter houses uninvited, pour blood into beverage cups, and they suck. Very clever observation. Yeah, they're not to be found at that crime scene during the light of day. Only before sunrise and after sunset. That's very entertaining. I don't know how much of this shit show I hang on CPD and how much do I hang on MSP. I mean, they both have their individual roles to play in how ridiculous and just embarrassing this investigation is. Somebody had made a comment in the chat that I pulled up about the New York cops talking about just how awful this was. I almost 100% certain that was Duty Ron. Duty Ron and Mike, they've talked about this case before. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I can't imagine any decent police officer watching this testimony and not being deeply ashamed. That's who's representing your profession in this case. It's tough when you have folks like that. We all know there's lawyers out there, disgrace to the profession. We all know some of those. Make you cringe a little inside. That's who these cops are. That's what this investigation is. It's bad. KH, love you, Andrea. Appreciate all you do for us to keep us informed. Norfolk County needs to be investigated from top to bottom. Well, thank you for that. It sure sounds like there was at least some effort to do that. Now the investigation's over. Does that mean the whole process is over? Does that mean no grand jury? I don't know. Not even sure the investigation is over just because prosecutor and Helena Rafferty say so. Not so sure about that. I think there's plenty of grounds to be skeptical of that particular claim until you hear it from the horse's mouth. And, even then, it's not like the FBI can't lie to people. It's not like the DOJ can't lie. Although I guess the lawyers at DOJ, they do have a little different limitations when it comes to candor, not just to the tribunal, but also to the public. Don't necessarily have the same leeway to lie that law enforcement does. Yeah, if I'm in Norfolk County, this is horrifying. I mean, I guess unless I'm part of the team. If I'm out drinking with these guys, I'm part of the party crew, it's probably great. At least as long as you're not losing sleep at night wondering if the FBI is going to come around looking a little bit closer, wanting to ask you questions. But looks like a pretty good scene if you're on the inside. Get things taken care of. Just take the word of the people in the house who aren't important, don't know anything because inside the house doesn't matter at all anyway. But once we know who to pin it on, we know what our assignment is. And they'll just take care of it for you. Not like anybody else is or is likely to ever be charged out of this. So even if they don't manage to nail it on her, seems like in many ways kind of a job well done, doesn't it? And everybody's scrambling for their backup position. Norfolk County DA pointed at Jen McCabe. It's her fault. She lost it. She's the one that lied to the FBI. Yeah, she's the one that did the shady stuff. Jen is already pushing it off to Brian Higgins. Seems like whatever happened outside is totally separate from what happened inside. The little face saving if Karen gets off. Nothing to do with us inside. It was those people outside. Probably Higgins. Thank you so much for this. I agree completely. You know, if there's really ever been a case that seems to call for top to bottom corruption investigation, sure seems like it would be this. And I'm still very, very curious to find out more about these burner emails that Michael Morrissey was having with at least one local judge. Well, ex parte communications through his burner email. I'm eager to hear more about that. I don't know how anybody is still on the bench or how somebody isn't being looked at by the bar for that kind of behavior. Unless they're still digging into it because there's more. Don't know. Can't wait to find out. Living on love. Why the assumption her car get him is my question. Her car hit him is my question. All the cars in and out all night. It's BS to assume her car was the only one that could have hit him. Well, they pinned the, Jen McCabe figured out the assignment by the time she called Mike Lank back to the house. Oh yeah, I remember Karen pointed out her cracked taillight. Oh yeah, they start putting the pieces together for how it's going to be Karen. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? I have to feel like they already had Karen anticipated as a possible patsy when John O'Keefe is deposited on top of that snow that wasn't there at 12:30 at 34 Fairview, because that's where they put him. They put him over there in the area where, she seems to have been, at least at some point. I still have some thoughts about that cocktail glass, possibly how all that went down. But don't know that we'll ever know the answer to that. But that's why, because they went out of their way to direct it that way. I mean, they never saw anything. They drove right past, never saw anything. So it couldn't have been them. They would have known, and obviously they would tell us if they had hit John O'Keefe, because they're very honest and upright people. They tell law enforcement everything law enforcement wants to know. Emily, what are the chances the Commonwealth doesn't call Proctor? I've been racking my brain for, is there anything essential that Proctor brings that they can't avoid calling him for? I can't tell as far as like plastic that came in. Bukhenik's name is on some of the evidence bags. I don't know if they've been using him to get in Proctor plastic. The chain of custody is Proctor that gave the phone to Guarino. So I don't know if, Bukhenik's going to be able to try to close that loop too. It looks like they might be coming back into court, but maybe not. Starting to move the camera a little bit. Is he going to say he was there the whole time, saw the phone given to Proctor, saw Proctor, walk it over to the lab or whatever? What did happen to the phone? How did the phone get secured? How did it get secured, and when did it go to the lab? I don't know.
You ready?
then yeah, they won't call him.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Bukhenik, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends
So this one, the statement of facts,
engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll
just
let the
generally
Waterfall
says
Bar
2
videos
drinks.
play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
They just say 2 drinks. They don't give it a specific time frame, which is they're there between 10:54 and 12:10 is when Karen leaves, and then John leaves just after her. I don't think we're going to watch an hour of it.
$11:46, please.
This video is a lot more washed out than it was when we watched it last trial. Does anybody else get that impression? This is seems to be lower quality. The angle has always been bad, but I don't recall this being, I mean, this is worse visibility than the blizzard outside. Don't know why the video quality would change. Should be exactly the same.
12:06, please. $12:07.
What on earth was that?
$12:10, please.
So I don't see Karen having 2 more drinks on this waterfall footage. Seems like perhaps that was a lie.
Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced to evidence. You studied that photo. Do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow in the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink?
Camera,
that
get
the
yourself
photo you
over
looked
there.
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the
It
drinking
doesn't
straw?
look like a
Absolutely.
thin little cocktail straw.
Right there to the right of the red indicator, You could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
That's his right hand.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
I don't think you can see what that is.
One last matter.
How do you see that's a short
In
glass?
2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I'd move this to evidence. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
2024
I have no further
obtained.
Okay,
Exhibit 139.
thank you.
I think we're at 109. Yes, 109. Let's go, Mr. Jackson. Let's see some nice, tight, disciplined work from you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And it has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but
Captain?
some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
did the team in this case,
Nobody
in
buys
this
that.
investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent. Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
That is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation.
Non-responsive.
And that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? To the right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So
Tough decisions like,
I don't know if that answers your question.
do we
but
book it in
that's the
immediately?
most
Let's try it again.
Or wait
accurate,
several days?
explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
Oh, you
That
say
includes
you say
knowing,
so.
obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that could no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one
Oh,
section at a
you're
time?
one to talk.
If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you
Yes,
supervise.
that is one possibility.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Sniff? Tully?
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Monitor them.
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
Pause.
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case?
Connor Keefe said it was his case.
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that, so
No, I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29th, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Right?
The case officer.
no.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
All right. Sorry, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Until 7. But didn't MSP decline
Let me just ask you
jurisdiction?
this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure
Yes.
is. Everything I say is question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant? Okay.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all
He
the
won't
evidence
answer.
pointed in one direction and one
You
direction
know.
only.
So Sergeant Bukhenik,
Got his talking
you don't want to
point.
answer my question. Correct?
He knows he can't say yes,
I will answer your question, absolutely.
and he can't say no.
Do
Can't
you
throw
think this
Proctor
case
under
was
the bus.
handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, is the case
Well,
officer,
there goes
correct?
your credibility.
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
He didn't do like 51% of the things.
You're
I'm pretty
aware
sure he
of
did.
the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted
Search warrants and affidavits,
in support of the search warrants?
correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
Know which shoes which? Are you
May I
sure?
approach the witness?
Yes.
Are you sure you know which shoe is which? Have this binder.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1?
Did Alessi make this binder?
I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
He's going to read the whole thing.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's
Did
the
you
affiant?
get Verizon records for other cars? We do have the DMV certificate right there in evidence.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well, they
Again,
go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Doesn't know, gonna play dumb.
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge as you sit here?
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
He's
Otherwise,
demanding
looking
a
at that
certified
document, seeing the
copy.
affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
Don't recognize it.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Because obviously searching Karen Reed's cell phone
Yes, it is.
would be a
does that
totally
appear to
unrelated
generally,
warrant.
be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
It's more or less what this is, isn't it? Just not putting Proctor in, distancing Proctor.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for Ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Affiant.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematics system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind.
Technically hearsay, but Hank, let it go. Maybe objecting looks worse than all this
Do you see a
evading.
search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google and some geofence data, correct?
Ooh, Google and geofence data. Tell us more. Didn't he forget to
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
get Apple phones or something like that? He did something to mess up the geofence, just like they messed up the Ring camera. I forget exactly what it was, or it was the wrong area. The weaponized
Again, this search
incompetent.
warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report from authored by Nicholas Garino.
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
Mm. Seems like the binder they were going to use to impeach Proctor. Yeah, because Guarino got the
It's a
phone from
report written
Proctor,
by
didn't
Nicholas
he?
Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper.
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind.
Weird how Brennan's just letting this all go with the contents of the report.
Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
Very
And-
objectionable.
Do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer,
He's charged.
he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please.
Of course, you can send Tully out for coffee.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
Anyone can.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
Tie them both to the video. This is going to be a long
You see a
cross.
document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
Suddenly he doesn't know anything. Everything's shared with the team, but suddenly he doesn't remember anything they did or remember what they wrote about or who did what. So everyone's equally unfamiliar with the case, doesn't know which shoe they got.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you
Take as much
recognize that
time
as
as you
being
need.
a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by
Proctor's 83.
Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered? Certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own. Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022. 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022. Clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022.
Those
Is all that
pieces
referenced in there?
Bukhenik just said he was there for?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself. Correct?
Yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13.
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Straw. Let's get back to the straw. Indeed.
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness items, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's
What's the White House?
a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks, but there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some of these
Garino's
reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor is doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor,
Also, not on 130, 131, 21, 22, or 23. First time you went there was February 4th.
At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? They're following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that The
He's
Mr.
dead?
O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate. We engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
Well, that was
So the
about
answer to that question
6:15,
is yes.
6:30.
Correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
Oh, you
So the
certainly
answer to
do.
that question is yes. Correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Not that there was one. Of course, there's
Your
an appearance
first
of a
documented
conflict.
action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
Know what I mean by
In that
documented?
respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we
Yes,
approach
we
briefly?
understand.
Okay,
Tell him to be responsive. It's a good time to rein him in. He's been very non-responsive to the questions, so it's a good time to start reining him in and making him be responsive. There's no problem with Mr. Jackson's questions. These aren't calling for long explanatory answers. He's not being argumentative in such a way that he gets to like set the record straight or whatever. These should be very simple, not require a lot of talking around. Yeah, 10:40 what? He's calling the ME to tell him he appeared to be struck in the face by a cocktail glass. Guys, we're getting closer and closer to why did ARCA consider the possibility that the cocktail glass was thrown at the SUV and broke the taillight? Why does MSP think at 10:47 in the morning that he'd been struck in the face by a cocktail glass, like thrown at him? Someone telling him that? It's before you went to the hospital and saw for yourself. So this would be told to you by whom? You talked to Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert. So who told you he appeared to be struck in the face by a cocktail glass? Wouldn't you expect that to be like a bloody, cut up
All right,
face?
so
a
Sergeant,
mangled
I'm
face?
going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's going to keep him in line.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good job, Ellen. Do things clean and by the book, and then the judge will help you get it done.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, or those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
You asked him.
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to,
Call it out, Ellen.
at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible
It's not a
physical
compound
altercation that
question.
you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search at that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, et cetera, during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that, and you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
And you're not
Crime
aware of
scene
it being
services
done.
section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Which house?
Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call
He's getting mad.
CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
Jen McCabe's kitchen.
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The
What was the
fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first
Quick
time
question.
he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay.
idea.
So if that call was made, she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people,
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2.
Before he was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. Waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3 were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm
McCabe,
talking about the first 3
Albert.
interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton.
Siren's trying to save him.
Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that
Told
would
you the version of
have
events.
a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You can't
You're a professional
answer that.
investigator. correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's
You
correct.
know what a motive
Many years
is,
of
right?
experience, right?
You know what a
Yes.
motive is? Have you
I don't
heard
know
of that
what
before?
many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes,
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
all the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if
All
someone
the
has,
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
do you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
Do you know what a motive is? You got to work into it, Alan.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal?
Absolutely
For you to
not.
conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. Always.
They're always assisting, never not
But they're
being helpful
cooperating. That's
any
in- it's
second
in
of the
nature.
day.
They always. Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So
Maybe you did,
always
didn't
is
you?
such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes, yes.
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
I got some stories about cooperating witnesses always helping.
May have
Talk
just a
about
moment, Your Honor.
gang investigations. Talk about some gang investigations and how helpful they are with information.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Bukhenik, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. Madam Coach.
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
The one that CSI
There
went
is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, let me approach very briefly.
Isn't that what he said? CSS went with them to the hospital to do these photographs. Very selective in their use of CSS, huh? Very selective in their use. Bring them in to process the car days after it's been sitting there in the Sally port. Have them take a few select photos. But otherwise, nothing for CSS to do here. Why would we be interested in footprints out at this snow-covered crime scene? Why would we be interested in that? Trace evidence like, blood. Blood that should be at the scene. Why would we be interested in sending crime scene services out to that? Why would we be interested in having them mark the scene, photograph it forensically? Why would we do that? We'll just abandon the scene for the entire day. By 10:47, he calls the medical examiner to tell them that he appeared to be struck in the face by the cocktail glass. So they already had information from somebody at this point. Don't know who. Appeared to be struck in the face by a cocktail glass. Did that come from Good? Did that come from Jen? One of those two.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
Camera guy, wake up and show us the screen. Don't show us the angry Ukrainian waving the pointer around.
Yes.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly
Camera guy, wake the
a
fuck up.
darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
Do you believe as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the
So
answer is. Do you
pathetic.
believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern.
Great quote unquote journalism. You
From
got
here,
the
it
hint. We
looks
should
like
look
it's
at
a
the
cut
fucking screen.
fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could
Socks
unzoom
are
that
still
for me. One
on?
more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
The socks were still on.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Did you collect
Which one?
those?
I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What a grocery bag.
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours. Once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
He's got it somewhere. Prior testimony? Report?
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom?
He did.
It was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be
Okay.
around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used. And
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor Coach?
Yes.
Highlight your question, sir.
Nice thing about doing this thing clean too is then when the witnesses are trying to be like you're being a slippery lawyer, and look to the jury like you are, and you can't relate to it. He's asking you very direct questions, and you're the one that's spinning yourself in the pretzels trying not to answer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recall now that you testified? And read it to him.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
that refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes.
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know.
You indicated that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that or supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Roy, you'll take his word for that. Sure it isn't a falsified evidence bag?
Your Honor, may I inquire of the clerk briefly? I'll do these here.
Okay.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here you go. Look at the bag that the pants are in.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection. That's the last page.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, the back and forth conversation.
I see.
He doesn't know what colloquy means either, but he sure did say it back. Well, highest honor and integrity and thoroughness in this investigation, but he doesn't know what anything means or what anybody did. Or if the paper is trustworthy. Maggie Winterton, all of this is weaponized incompetence. It's deliberate. They're making it look like, oh, we just messed up. That's their deniability. That's the corruption, is the weaponized incompetence. We know when we want to know, and when we don't, we don't. They didn't just accidentally not secure the crime scene, accidentally do the interviews this way, et cetera, et cetera. It's weaponized incompetence for a purpose. And the purpose being, no shit on the homeowner. He's a Boston cop.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir. Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you.
Seized it?
He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence, so I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily.
Right.
So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted it into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before it was bagged.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
That's what your mom said.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log of the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Not the
What
11th.
who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
When they went and dug out the hat, when they knew where they were supposed to get the hat, and they dug it out, and then they picked up all the plastic that was lying on top of the
Was
snow.
anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th?
So you may not have.
The next day.
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
And it could not have.
Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second,
Did they?
the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely. Yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes,
did
I
you
knew
know
who he
Berkey?
was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay.
About burying a
Tall guy,
body,
short guy?
hiding a body.
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins?
Uh,
Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called it one of his better friends?
Sustained, yes, good time.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved,
Doing
I
full
will take
Jen.
it for to be fact.
As you sit here now,
Jen.
you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him
I'm-
sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry.
February 4th.
Yes, he indicated he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's
Okay.
driving by, I would take it to be in a car
And
at speed.
did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
No.
He indicated
yeah.
to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Objection.
Sustained.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay. Goes
Did
to the
you
effect
question
of the
Chief
listener.
Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Sergeant, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused himself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest. Right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the tail piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point.
No conflict with
3 or 4
evidence.
days after,
Just
5 days
interviews?
after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from these parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
Question.
I'm sorry?
I object.
Sustained.
You made the point, Alan.
Was your
You can move
understanding, at
on.
least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet, it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were
Kevin?
in their
What
vehicles.
other
So it was raining
detective?
really heavily.
Besides Link.
Can we end at this? It's,
We can, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Sure.
all right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. The
Long
same
day
process,
tomorrow.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebook, follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
Seeing counsel about scheduling at Sidebar. I'll hold it in case we come back, but may be done for the day. Gonna be a long day of cross tomorrow, isn't there? Gonna be a lot to get through. Oh, so many things. We were halfway through the drink count at lunch. We came back to the waterfall. Curiously, the 2 drinks that the statement of fact says they were able to identify Karen consuming at the waterfall wasn't shown to us on this video. Now, unlike the CF McCarthy's, where they wrote down what times these drinks were supposedly taken, they're just looks like they're scrolling around the courtroom a little bit, but not necessarily coming back into session. I'll just keep it up just in case. The CF McCarthy's one they time-stamped, but the timestamps we looked at today, they don't add up with what's in the statement of facts. And then waterfall footage, statement of facts says, saw her taking 2 drinks on it. Didn't see them show us that on video. Didn't see that. Just saw a thing that's supposed to look like him holding a straw. Cocktail glass with a straw? Really? Okay. So we started off setting the mood with the fight over, oh no, he's not a lead. He's not a lead. He's not a leader. He's not a leader. It's a team effort. We're all involved. We share. But I don't know anything about what anybody else did. That's the game. That's the game of no accountability. That's how you play the no accountability game. Nobody's in charge. Everybody is equal. I'm not responsible for what they did. I don't even know what they did. This investigation was conducted with the highest level of integrity, including Michael Proctor. This investigation was done professionally. It was done with integrity. They just followed the evidence. It all led in one way. There was no bias whatsoever. And Michael Proctor conducted himself with integrity. That might come back to bite him. Might lead one to question his judgment when Michael Proctor's conduct is laid a bit more bare. This is telling me defense is calling Michael Proctor if the Commonwealth doesn't. I mean, that's not really a huge surprise, but it is possible they would. They're faced with a strategic decision of, do we argue that the Commonwealth's failure to call him is reasonable doubt? The guy who authored everything, had his hands on everything, et cetera, we didn't even call him, particularly when we're pursuing this Bowdoin defense. Or do we go ahead and call him ourselves, take that argument off the table? Kind of. I mean, we can still point out Commonwealth didn't call him. We did. We had to call the lead detective to come in here and tell you about his gross text messages, his group chat with his friends, his discipline, et cetera. Highest integrity by Michael Proctor. When they hear about those group chats, the very night that Karen was contacted at her parents' home, yeah, I kind of think that might come back to bite him. So yeah, they're calling him. Nothing else. They got to get that text in. Get back to him. Homeowner, no shit on the homeowner. He's a Boston cop too. They mentioned it in opening, so it's they got to get that in. But he's not the leader because he didn't do 51% of everything. When there's a group, he didn't do 51%. I like how Jackson caught him in the word games. Well, I'm not going to say that suspects lie to me all the time, because that would mean literally everything they said. But seconds later, when I'm talking about cooperating witnesses, I'm going to talk about how they're always helpful. He caught him in that and made him walk it back. Made it very clear. Yeah, we all know what each other is saying. We get it. walked him through that tab, all those tabs in that binder. This looks like a Proctor cross binder is what it looks like. This looks like the binder that has been prepared for the cross-examination of Michael Proctor, because it's got all his warrants, all his statements, all of the statements attributed to him by other officers, specifically Guarino, as far as his getting the phone and what else? I think they're both dealing with Karen Reed's phone, seeking a search warrant. The telematics system, that's what it was. Guarino's report about seeking a warrant for the telematics system. All of this is Proctor's statement. So they prepared this to cross him, but we'll just go ahead and preview it with Bukhenik as well, because why not? If Brennan's not going to object to eliciting the contents of these reports that are not in evidence, then go ahead and do it. His name appears on most, if not all, of the documents, but he can't say if those are maybe fake search warrants. Because even though they're all team members and they all work on the case together and they keep each other informed, he doesn't know. He doesn't remember what search warrants they executed. He doesn't remember that. Not familiar with it. I might have followed up on that a little bit. Are you saying you were unaware of a search warrant for what was it? Telematics, the telematics system in her SUV? You were unaware that there was a warrant for that? You knew there was a warrant for that, right? You've written search warrant affidavits. You've authored search warrants. You can read this affidavit right here. It appears to be discussing grounds to get the telematics system, to seize the telematics system from her SUV and search it. But you have no recollection of that happening? You didn't know about that part of the investigation? I might have pushed that a little bit further, but I don't know that that's really necessary. I think the jury kind of got the hint. Not going to take your word for anything. Isn't that what Gallagher said that last time, didn't he? If Mr. Lally tells me, I'll accept it as true. But not you, defense lawyer. So he called him straight out on it. You think this is forged? Do you think this is forged? No, you realize he's maybe gone a little too far, but it's not signed. I can't authenticate it. That's okay. It doesn't have to be the actual search warrant. That's not necessary. He demands certified copies from the court, or perhaps even the original. It sounds like he might be demanding the original, which nobody is going to get. The original is going to stay in the court. I saw the original. Ridiculous. Can't recognize a copy. Doesn't remember exactly when he learned that John was with the Boston Police Department. Don't know. Might have been just afternoon. Don't know exactly what time. You learned fucking early. Like the games are so obvious. What happened to MSP wouldn't respond because he wasn't dead yet? We heard that in the first trial. They didn't have jurisdiction because he wasn't dead. When they first got notified, he was still alive. That's why MSP didn't take it over. And that's why it was weird that once MSP did get it, after John died, after 7 o'clock, when Trooper Proctor is no longer the on-call, case agent to be assigned person, nevertheless, it still went to Proctor, even though he's off of that assignment now. Would have expected him to be off his shift by now if his, he's the on-call guy until 7 a.m. but maybe not. You know, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't on shift at all. It was just, you know, bureaucratic kind of assignment. Whatever happened to that? Now it's that they learned he was gravely injured and had a 10% likelihood of survival. Then they got ready to do it. So, you know, when was that? After he got to the hospital? Think so. 10% survival sounds like the thing a doctor would say, not the thing a firefighter, paramedic would be able to say. So after it's no longer Proctor's turn to be assigned. Not sure what happened to all that in this trial, but it was part of the issue last time. Canton Police Department recused themselves from the investigation portion, or the interview portion of the investigation, only to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest. No, nobody in the world thinks that that makes sense. If the problem is that the suspect or potential suspect, potential witness, whatever, the homeowner, the guy whose house, whose front lawn John was found on, is the brother of a Canton police detective, are you trying to tell me you don't think there's an appearance of impropriety, an appearance of a conflict of interest if he's out collecting and handling and documenting evidence? You don't think that creates a conflict of interest? Only him talking to people? It doesn't make any sense. And nobody thinks that that makes any sense. It's such a ridiculous explanation to try to explain why they're having it both ways here. We recused ourselves. We did the professional thing because our detective is the brother of the guy we're investigating. But then we had the car in our Sally port. We continued to find taillight plastic. Had all this stuff come in and out of our office. Really trying to have it both ways. And by the way, guys, let me make it clear, just in case it's not. I don't have any doubt in my mind that at the early part of this investigation, yes, we are investigating the homeowners. We're investigating the people at the house. That's why you talked to them multiple times and showed no interest in Karen Reed whatsoever. None. She was at the hospital sectioned. She's not allowed to leave. And at any point, you could have gone down there, you could have detained her, you could have questioned her. If she was your suspect and all the evidence initially pointed at her, but instead you let her check herself out of the hospital, you let her go over to Meadows, you let her pick up the car, you let her drive it all over to Dighton, you let her hang out in Dighton for a while, do whatever she needs to do, talk to whoever she needs to talk to, before you finally go interview her. Okay. Yes, of course, the people who were at the house were under investigation. So we had to get the story, got the story. It's close enough. Conflicts, don't worry about it. Julie Albert's statement. Jen McCabe called me at 5, and that's how I learned John was dead. Even though I literally have testified that part of what we're doing, we don't just take the witnesses on faith. We look for conflicts, investigate, corroborate. We didn't pay any attention to that. We didn't pay attention to Jen McCabe's evolving memory. Didn't pay any attention to that. Didn't look at anybody's phone at the time. Didn't ask. Didn't look at the house. Didn't ask. Got the story straight, then went to the hospital to look at John. They had to look at John before they could go talk to Karen. Why would they need to look at John before they needed to talk to Karen? And how are you going to try to sell to me that looking at John somehow corroborated in your mind, solidified that he was hit by a car? Every single person who gets the eye test on John and the condition that he was in at the time, It's like, yeah, that's a guy that looks like he's in a fight. Huh, he looks like he's in a fight. Cut on his eyes all swollen, his nose is all mashed up looking, red. Got a little cut on it, bruises on his hands. And no broken bones on his body, no hemispherical type of bruising. The one side of your body, car doesn't hit you on 360, it hits you on one side. So you have a whole bunch of bruising on one side, not on the other. Nothing like that. You're trying to tell me going to look at John solidified in your mind that this was a car accident? If you hadn't already lost your credibility with Michael Proctor has integrity, I think you're going to have a little bit of a problem with that one too. So your whole explanation is you had to do all this before, in these critical hours, critical first hours, before you even went and talked to Karen. But you already had your plan. You already knew Karen was your suspect. You knew she was your target. And you knew what you were doing when you got there because you called ahead to Dighton to tell him, get the tow truck ready. You already knew. Based on talking to those people inside Jen McCabe's kitchen. And then you had to go see John. Make sure you can piece it together. That's what they said. To, I think, an outsider, somebody who's not involved in this, somebody who doesn't know anything about it, and you look at the course of conduct of these police officers on the morning of January 29th and ask them who is under investigation, looks like the homeowner, the people in the house, any one of the people in the house at the party. They're the ones who look like they're under investigation. Multiple interviews. At approximately 10:40 something, he tells the medical examiner that John appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass. And his response, I put in quotes, it's me, I may have missed a word. He says, I don't recall my exact words, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said. That's how he's going to talk around trying to get impeached. I don't recall, but I don't deny it. I might have. Yeah. Yeah. So you might have said that. You might have said to the ME, he appeared to have been struck in the face by the cocktail glass. I'm going to respectfully submit that the ME is going to be a better judge of that than you. Just going to respectfully submit that. I would be willing to bet that most people, most pathologists who have been through a pathology residency often do that in like a, busy urban ER kind of place. Probably seen some glass to the face, bar fights. Not a super uncommon type of injury to receive. What happens when you get struck in the face by a cocktail glass? What happens? Well, the glass doesn't break. You get a big old bruise. Probably a big goose egg. The glass does break. Cuts up your face. Big old flaps of skin. A lot of blood. Don't know why anybody looking at John would think he appeared to be struck in the face by a cocktail glass. If your basis is I have this broken cocktail glass on the yard that we found, because he doesn't have a single glass cut on his face. He's got the tiny little cut over his eye. He's got the abrasion on the side of his nose. Nothing that looks like he took a glass to the face. But they're trying to plant the seed. This is the story, Emmy. Might be this. See if you can find this. It's not input, guys. Be real clear. It's not input. Connor Keefe was very clear about that. They just provide facts. Does this sound like a fact to you? He appeared to be struck in the face by a cocktail glass. Does that sound like a fact? No. No, it's a theory. It's a hypothesis. It's an opinion. It's a possibility. It's a theory of the case. That's what you provided to the medical examiner. Why? Maybe to see if the medical examiner can back that up. Can you give us that? They initially suspected a physical altercation, so they identified and interviewed Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, and Matt McCabe. Didn't go in the house, didn't secure the house, didn't remove the occupants, didn't secure the yard, didn't search the house, didn't ask a forensic criminalist to process the house. They didn't set up a crime scene log to document who was going in and out of the crime scene. They didn't document the crime scene with contextual photos. Oh, we're finally getting to hear more about CSS. Who is CSS anyway? Oh, they're the evidence collection specialists. They're the ones that know how to process a crime scene and do forensic photography and properly document the stuff that you find. It's them. That explains those shitty photos that the CERT team took, because they're not the ones that do that. Huh. Weird how you didn't call out the specialists. First interviewed Sergeant Good at CPD. Interesting. What did Good tell you about what Karen Reed said at the scene? And was there any conflict? Any conflict between the witness statements? Or had Jen McCabe not thought up the I hit him yet? Pass that on to Katie McLaughlin. That hadn't entered the equation yet. He can't answer if some people were involved would have a motive to lie. He can't answer if the people you interviewed were involved. Would they have a motive to lie? Couldn't answer that. Alan circled around, tried to get back to it. It was being sustained because he said he can't answer. So that's your signal to clarify. You need to clarify, why can't you answer this question? What do you not understand about this question? And the only thing he didn't get to is, do you know what a motive is? Do you know what that means? Mr. 10-year homicide investigator? Are you familiar with that concept? Somebody who has an interest in a particular outcome may have a motive to act in a way that will achieve that outcome. Do you understand that? The alignment between motive and interest? So if they were involved, wouldn't their interest be in not getting caught? And so as part of that, would they have a motive to lie? Have you dealt with that before? Yeah, that's where we let into suspects lie to you, but not all the time. That's too much, because not every single second literally are they lying. We won't say they lie all the time. But seconds later, it was absolutely not odd that Brian Albert was at Jen's house, because cooperating witnesses always try to be assisting. Always, every second. Now he had to walk it back. It was a very good catch on Mr. Jackson's part. Make him walk that back. So then we got back to the clothing on the hospital floor. The fact that it drove around, it was bagged together, okay, not kept separate. It was all thrown in a single bag and rode around in the back of his car for many, many hours until about 10 p.m. when he had to lay out, they laid out the clothing. and very insistent it was before 10 p.m. this time. But yes, last year, do you remember testifying it was about 10 p.m.? Well, I might have estimated. It just depends on the context and exact wording of your question. I might have estimated that. And as it turns out, he was asked specifically about what time did you lay the clothing out? And he said 10. Last time he testified, it was about 10. Some point he left. He has no idea what Michael Proctor did. And then those clothes sat there for 6 days. 6 days before they were bagged and put into evidence. Anybody with key card access to the office, or anybody let in by anybody with key card access to the office, could have done whatever they wanted with it. He doesn't know what either a colloquialism or a colloquy is. I won't hold that too much against him, but just notable. Just notable. He knows what an affiant is, but he doesn't know what a colloquy is. Okay, if you say so. Doesn't have any idea who bagged the evidence. Went through a long explanation of how it could have been the evidence clerk. Could have been the evidence clerk. He could have just walked by and seen the clothes and decided himself without asking anybody, hey, I should bag these up now. Sure he did. No, they have no idea who bagged it. They have the burden of proof, and they don't know. No log of who has access to stuff. Absolutely not correct that it isn't documented. Absolutely not correct. I mean, we took it in and then it sat in the office for 6 days. We knew that. That's his version of a chain of custody. It's set unsecured, relatively unsecured, unsupervised for 6 days. Totally fine because they collected it. And so it would be redundant to create a log. Why on earth would you want or need to know who has access to that clothing at any particular point in time? It's not like it's important evidence. Not like it could maybe be contaminated with traces. Why would you do that? Get a sense of why Michael Easter would be helpful. Because they're really going to play this game. They're really going to play this game where they pretend like this is all perfectly normal. Nothing to see here. And it's precisely because they know lay people don't know. And there might be some people on the jury be like, well, they say it's normal. So I guess it's normal. He went back to 34 Fairview on February the 3rd, February the 4th, and February the 10th for all these different collection things. But am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they introduce taillight pieces collected on February the 11th? Don't think I got the date down for all of them. I have the February 3rd search here, and that got us some plastic pieces that were Exhibit 95. Then February 4th, they got a call, and we got the picture of the large red plastic piece that was Exhibit 100. Snow had receded on February the 10th, and then there was the bag of items found on February 10th. That was Exhibit 102. Is that where they left it? But then somehow we ended up with Exhibit 103, which is 14 pieces of glass and plastic. Some are in a tin container. Exhibit 103. 14 pieces of glass and plastic with some in a tin container. Was he there for that? Was that all Proctor? Did they just sneak that in without having to get Proctor in? Because Bukhenik wasn't there, as far as he says. Wasn't there when Proctor went and got stuff alone on 211. They wrote their reports about Berkowitz. No, was it the Berkowitz one? No, it was about the excavation and finding the hat. It might have been all three. Not clear. Anyway, at least some of these reports, they didn't write any report about it until November 2023, 17 or 18 months later. But that's fine because the documentation was on the bags. Who recovered it, when, and where? Oh, really? Was it now? Because pretty sure Connor Keefe, by the description we heard about the cert search, he didn't recover a single piece of evidence. He simply stuck it in the bag. He's not the one who found it. He just stuck it in the bag. Report just has who stuck it in the bag. No need to document who else was there, what they saw. Why would you do that? Photograph it. Why would you do that? Be redundant. Not like we're going to try to use this to conduct an accident reconstruction or something technical like that, where the location and precise distribution of this evidence could matter. Chief Berkowitz has made his entrance. Chief Berkowitz, he of the famous retirement speech. He's the guy you'd call to help you hide a body, something like that. Is that what Higgins said? Certainly heard that around. He was there in the Sallyport when they brought in the SUV. Small guy. Small guy. Think we're going to see him on Sallyport video? Kind of remember that we did. Didn't ask him anything about how we saw a tiny piece of red plastic from the car. Didn't ask him anything about the conflict. Why would we be concerned about the conflict? It's only interviews that can be affected by the detective's brother. How ridiculous is this? Seriously, okay? Canton PD, hypothetically, let's say Canton PD sent Lank and I don't even know who the other detectives are. Let's say Good. I don't know that Good is a detective. I don't think he is, but whatever. Let's pretend he is. We'll send Lank and Good to go interview Julie Albert. Well, maybe not Julie, because we know Julie knows them. No, Julie knows the Proctors. Julie's close with the Proctors. Lank and Good to go, just to go interview the folks at the Waterfall. Let's just say. That somehow has a greater appearance of impropriety than evidence of the crime being stored at Brian Albert's work or at Kevin Albert's workplace. It doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous on its face. And honestly, this is at the core of why it bothers me so much. The way that they've conducted this investigation. I realize my banner's still on. Because it's, they think we're stupid. They think we're stupid. We're supposed to just take their word for it because they say so. If they say Karen Reed took a drink, then she took a drink. Stupid. Why would you ever look at the video and check the timestamps for yourself? You got to take our word for it. The appearance of impropriety, the appearance of a conflict, it only extends to the interviews, not to the collection and storage of evidence and who has access to it. They think we're stupid. And that's the arrogance and the impunity. And that's why I understand so much why this has angered so many people in this community. Because if this knuckle dragger up there on the stand thinks I'm going to buy that bullshit, if he's a cop in my community, oh yeah, you better believe. You better believe I'm going to have a problem with that. So I get it. I get it. And, the lounging on the chair, the little smirk on the face, thinks it's funny. Thinks it's funny to play the word games with the lawyer. Oh, you caught me. I shouldn't have said always. I apologize for that. Thinks he's being real smart. And he thinks we're stupid. Thinks we have no choice but just to believe what he says because he said it, no matter how ridiculous it is. Appearance of impropriety, it's just about the interviews. Doesn't matter at all about having access to the car, having access to John's clothes, having access to all the taillight pieces. Nothing to do with any of that. So there is a lot more to cover tomorrow. A lot more to cover tomorrow. A lot to go back over. I like how Alan Jackson is doing so far. He's staying disciplined. He's staying clean. He's getting his little shots in, his little reactions, but it's minimal and it's kind of understandable. He got the judge to admonish the witness. Just answer the question. Don't be just throwing words out because they're words you want to say. Do your best to answer the question you're asked. Because he's out there not being responsive. He's just, saying what he wants to say. He's answering the question that he wanted to be asked, not the one that was. So by keeping it disciplined, he's getting his help from the bench. He's scoring his points. He's making it clear. The facts. The facts speak for themselves. You don't have to yell at Yuri Bukhenik for us to get it. I can assure you we are already screaming at him internally. So I'm very happy with what I see. Getting his snarky moments when appropriate, when you are being ridiculous. Really? You're gonna act like this is a forged search warrant? Do you not know anything about the investigation? You don't remember issuing a search warrant for that? He's getting his little digs in when it's appropriate. They always helpful, but you wouldn't say people lie to you all the time. Suddenly the superlatives are okay. Literally within a minute, within 60 seconds, you've gone from I couldn't possibly say that to you're saying it. Characterizations for this one, but not for the other one. So I like how this is going. I think it's set up very promising. I think if he continues in this vein, he's likely to have some success. Likely to get some good information out on this cross exam. So with that, guys, we got a lot of stuff in the queue to get through. Sentient Dreamer, butcher paper. Today, this paper is not coated with wax, but with polyethylene. Huh. Not aware of that. It makes sense. I mean, everything is synthetic now, right? Everything that used to be a natural product, everything is synthetic now. So that doesn't surprise me. Is polyethylene stable? Is it sterile? Curious. Summertime, ripped back pocket on John O'Keefe jeans. Looks like when my dog grabs a hold trying to pull me down. What do you think? I didn't notice the ripped back pocket. Now I do know they cut off the jeans, and that makes it a little bit difficult to see them. But we can go back. I did write some timestamps down in my notes. Of course, CH will been doing a wonderful job timestamping all the videos. I'm so grateful. It just makes it so much easier for all this information to get out to more people. As we do long live streams here, watching the whole trial live and breaking it down. So I fully appreciate most people do not have the appetite for, 9 hours sometimes of watching the video. So the timestamps are just enormously helpful for people to be able to navigate to what interests them. So we'll be able to go back and take a look at that. I hadn't noticed the back pocket being torn. So I am intrigued by this idea. That does make sense. I've had, dog. I don't think I've had him pull my pocket, but the puppy will grab your pant, tear the pant, tear the hem, tear the shorts, stuff like that. Had that happen for sure. Nobody special. Such careful detectives, exceedingly careful. They were cautious and acted in honor and integrity at all times, as those text messages will demonstrate. Law and order, classic, the truth, LOL, dismissal with prejudice. They're not dismissing anything. They're too far in at this point. They're too far in at this point. If they were going to dismiss it, they would have done it before the retrial. Sandy B, first trial, he said he didn't remember who laid them out, and it was done around 10, not 8:30. Well, they nailed him down to about 10. Nailed him down to about 10 for sure. And I bet there was a lot of times in the last trial where he didn't remember stuff. That's the problem with your weaponized incompetence, is you got to remember, what did I remember and what did I forget? You can't just rely on your knowledge sitting here right now on the stand of what you know and what you didn't know. You gotta think back. What was my story? What did I say then? They got him turned around on 10 o'clock. Skippy one, the shoe, the laces, unlaced. How would Crash do that? Good question. Good question. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure how the, oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm going to go ahead and share that because you guys are awesome and like so on it so fast. Let me get this. Let me get this up here and we can see it. There it is. There's those jeans. Doesn't it indeed? Let's zoom that in a little bit if we can. Doesn't that indeed look like a torn back pocket? Huh. Hadn't noticed that before. But indeed, there it is. I think part of the problem with the shoelaces being unlaced is that when we have this bad of a chain of custody and documentation and so forth, I don't expect them to properly handle and preserve any of this stuff. Who unlaced the shoes? I mean, could have been anybody. We would expect in proper evidence handling, if he had been knocked out of his shoe and you found it at the scene and he was knocked out so it was laced up, that it would still be in that condition. That's what we would expect. But, that's not this case. We already know that good evidence handling is the exception and not the norm. Anthony Miller, notice how they are referring to him as Mr. Proctor instead of Trooper Proctor. Oh, Ellen got that former Trooper Proctor in, though. That was good. Former Trooper Proctor even corrected himself to emphasize former Trooper Proctor. Yeah, the jury hears. He's not current Trooper Proctor. He's not a trooper anymore. Maybe there's a reason for all this distancing. All this, no, he wasn't the lead. He certainly didn't taint the investigation. It was done with the highest honor and integrity and only where the evidence led. Why would we ever look at a dog? Look at his arm. Obviously, he was hit by a car. Roy Handy, the world is laughing at Hank Brennan and the Commonwealth. I mean, we are, but it's also just not funny, right? It's like it's funny because you have to laugh because of how not funny it is. This is serious. This is how they investigated the death of a law enforcement officer. This is what they did. It's not funny. It's absurd. And it's so absurd. You got to just laugh at it or you're going to start to cry and you might not stop. Everage might be the same shoes, but they look awfully clean considering one was discovered under a bunch of snow. Under a bunch of snow doesn't necessarily bother me. Snow is typically pretty clean. Like I've had times. So when you go out for a ski day, It's a great powder day. It's snowing all day. You get real wet. You get real wet. And so you get home and take off your jacket, your heavy ski jacket, your heavy ski pants, leave them outside. I've had situations where you leave it out and it gets snowed on and it really doesn't dirty it because it's just wet. It just gets it wet. You might see like some mineral deposit residue sometimes, kind of like just how things melt off. But not really so much with snow. I don't think the cleanliness really bothers me as much as it might bother some people. Was kind of upside down on the road. I could see that. The road is dirty. The road is dirty, but the top of the shoe is black. So I'm not sure we're going to see that much anyway. It's a part of the beauty of black canvas shoes. They really do wear well. So I'm kind of mixed on this one. There's like nothing obvious about the shoes that jumps out at me as like, ooh, that's a problem with the condition. But I do understand other people think that. Bird, if Commonwealth doesn't call Proctor, will the defense be able to get those texts in without Commonwealth arguing hearsay? Well, I think so, because they're not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So they're not offered for a hearsay purpose. They're offered to show Michael Proctor's bias. They're offered to show his bias. They're not actually arguing that what he said to his friends was true. And that's what the jury needs to take away from it. That's what hearsay is. So I don't think they have a hearsay problem with getting those texts in with Michael Proctor. They're offered for the purpose of showing bias, not for the truth of what the contents of the text messages are. So I think they're stuck. If the defense calls Proctor, I think they can still get him in. And yeah, they might have to impeach him to do it, but you're allowed to impeach your own witness in the state of Massachusetts. You can't call a witness for the sole purpose of impeaching him, but that's a very low bar. It's a very low bar. He's the lead investigator. He's got independent information about the case that you may need to elicit from him. Like, for example, the phone. Carrie's phone. John's phone that went to Carrie, we're told, went to a unidentified first responder, went to Proctor. That information. All this chain of custody stuff, there are independent reasons to call him that are not impeachment. So I think the Commonwealth stuck with it one way or the other. And, that's really the main reason why I kind of, I understand the strategy to not call him, but it really does seem like an own goal if that's what they do, because the defense is going to call him anyway. And then it just kind of looks worse. You did it right with Yuri. Just get it out in the middle of his testimony and try to bury it best you can. Try to get the jury thinking, oh, this is a small thing, minimize it before the defense gets an opportunity to come and hammer him with it. Try to take the wind out of the sails as much as you can. It's just that the problem is that the evidence is so bad that it's really hard to run away from it. So it's just emphasizing that that's what they're doing if they don't call him, that they're running away from it because it's coming in anyway. It's hard for me to believe they would do that, but they might. They might. Meep. Hi, Andrea. Is it possible that Commonwealth is waiting for defense to call some of the more critical witnesses, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, so they could cross-examine them instead rather than direct? Maybe. On cross, you get to be leading. So you get to, as long as they haven't already given away the game on their direct, leading him, you get to feed them the narrative. All they got to do is say, oh, yeah, all they got to do is pick up the lead, know if they're supposed to agree with you or disagree with you. And the whole point of leading questions is you get to tell them what the answer is. And they either agree or they don't agree. Isn't it true that when you left 34 Fairview, you went to the Canton Police Department and moved your cars around? Isn't it true that you were driving your white Jeep with the snowplow attachment? stuff like that. So, I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I don't know that they get any huge advantage out of having these witnesses. Honestly, really at all. Like they don't materially help the Commonwealth because they really don't add anything to what Jen McCabe has already said. They all say the same thing, just kind of different versions of what they were doing before in the day. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were at the funeral for the fallen officer over in New York, and they started drinking early. They came back to Canton, drank at the hillside, went over to the waterfall, drank at the waterfall. And, everything after that pretty much follows the same story. Well, there's like a few little bits and pieces, but they don't really help the Commonwealth. Like when Brian Albert talked about letting Chloe out to use the bathroom, do her business after they got back to the house. So we know Chloe was there then. This stuff doesn't help the Commonwealth. So, the only thing that might, last time they had this whole Higgins, the whole, Karen's flirtation, I guess, with Higgins. She played with him. She played with him. She played with him. And he was pretty lame, so then she ghosted him. And he took it personally. And somehow the Commonwealth, presented that and we're trying to treat that as though that were somehow motive for Karen to kill John. And I think most people with a thinking brain looked at that and went, no, that's motive for Higgins. That's motive for Higgins to get in a fight with John. That seems real logical. Guys do that sometimes, especially when they've been drinking. They fight over women. They both like the same woman. It's a fairly common biological strategy. But women killing their boyfriends because they flirted with some other guy for a little bit and then ghosted him, a little bit harder to follow that line of reasoning. So I don't think it hurts the Commonwealth at all to avoid the whole Higgins storyline altogether, the whole Higgins melodrama. I don't think it helped them in the first case. And it tends to bolster Karen, particularly. They've already given a nod to that video from the waterfall right before everybody's leaving, where Higgins looks like he's doing something, some kind of call out maybe to John, something kind of aggressive looking, his gestures and body language and so forth. So I just don't think the Commonwealth has much to gain by calling these people, so they're not going to. And then you put the burden on the defense. If you want that part of the story in, you got to call them. You got to have the witness subpoenaed. You got to communicate with them and get it all organized. You got to ask the right questions. Just increases the opportunity that it could fall through the cracks. It could. Aunt Nancy, Andrea, condition of the evidence bag after 6 hours. Well, the bag is going to be wet, isn't it? The bag that these clothes were in a hot, presumably the car has the heat on. So the clothes are sitting in there in that bag, steaming together, wet. The bag is going to be wet. It just makes my skin crawl kind of thinking about it. That's going to be the condition of the evidence bag. It's going to be wet. Toochman, family fun and resale. He said, fired and unable to testify, no Proctor. Well, he could be subpoenaed just like anybody else. You don't get off the hook. There's no I was fired exception to a subpoena. So if they've got him under subpoena, he's on the hook. And I can't imagine that the defense would have overlooked that. Uncle Fredo, how would Yuri know that Karen left Waterfall with a glass while in Dighton interview before ever seeing video? I think they all told him that. Jen and Matt and Brian told him that she left. She took her glass with her, took her drink, right? They're trying to kind of make her drunk, but also not drunk, but they're also trying to explain the cocktail glass in the yard. Oh, that was Karen's glass. It was hers. She did it. Never came in the house. That's my theory. Skippy 1, no socks. Could they have blood on? If bare feet may be covered in blood. He took his shoes off when he was inside. Am I the only one? I was trying to remember if we saw socks last time. Did we see socks last time? Gotta go to the trial exhibits now. Were there socks in evidence? There were no socks. So they never booked him in. I had no explanation for the socks, but yeah, he's a remove your shoes guy. He's a remove your shoes guy. We saw socks on his feet in that photo. I don't know if those are his socks. I don't know if those are some, random. Does the hospital put socks on people? And they give you the gown. I can't remember ever being given socks in the hospital, but of course I've never been in the hospital under circumstances like this. So he had his socks on in that photo, but no indication the socks got collected. That is a little bit curious, isn't it? For a guy who takes his shoes off, especially if he'd been lying out all night in the snow, one shoe on, one shoe off. Isn't one of his socks going to be like really super wet? Foot's going to be like all wrinkled, wrinkled and pruny like it gets when you sit in the bathtub too long. It's all wet. Wouldn't it be like that? I mean, maybe not because it's frozen. I don't know. But didn't collect the socks. If he'd walked into the house, taken his shoes off, might there be some dog hair or something on his socks? Some other kind of trace evidence might help them connect him to the interior of 34 Fairview. Gotta wonder about that. Does seem like the kind of thing that you would ordinarily collect just to be thorough. Don't necessarily do anything with it because, with evidence, your goal is to be over inclusive. Get more than you need, if possible. Maybe you got to tailor your warrants, but you're still going to try to get as much as you can that you can get away with, even if not all of it, or perhaps even most of it, isn't going to be useful. When you get a warrant to search somebody's cell phone because they're, you have evidence that they've been abusing a child and child's told you there's photos on the phone. So you go and seize the phone and search it for the photos. Most of the photos aren't going to be that. It's useless, but you still go through them all. Find the ones that are evidence in your case. So you're over inclusive with the evidence that you collect. Of course you would collect the socks. Why would you not collect the socks? And you would inspect the socks and see if there are indications of some kind of evidence on it, like, for example, dog hair. Dog hair on the socks. I would think that should have, triggered some further examination, because John doesn't have a dog, right? We're not aware that John has a dog. So things like that are kind of what I think about with the socks. Of course, they should have collected it. Doesn't necessarily mean you do major stuff with it, but you get it, you look at it, you think about it, you evaluate. Do I need to look into this further? Greg S., did Bev tell the jury these things happen regarding evidence? Whose side is she on? Well, we know the answer to that, don't we? We know the answer to that. These things happen. Well, they just, they have to deal with confusion and difficulty and stuff like that. It was kind of weird. We came back after that break. We went into the break with a question about what shoe is what. Bukhenik is saying it's the right shoe. The right shoe was collected at 34 Fairview. They paused and went to sidebar. Then we went to the break. Then we came back after the break and we just continue as if none of that had happened. It's the right shoe, but they got it from the hospital. So not sure what the significance of that is. I did go back and look at those photographs that the CERT team took, and it does look like it's a left sneaker. Does look like it's a left sneaker in the photos. But how am I to say the photos are not inverted? not sure we can take that for granted, because true and accurate depictions of things in the world of the Commonwealth can mean the exact opposite. They show the exact opposite, they're still true and accurate depictions. Jules Buddha, how can there be no probable cause with the phone of victim being in the hands of people who were inside the house? Well, it wasn't, right? That's why they gave it to Carrie. It's probably very specifically why they gave it to Carrie. Carrie has the, she knows the story. She knows what she's got to explain. Got it from under John's body. It was under his body the whole time. They're going to be able to check that. Temperature, moisture. Was it really outside under his body the whole time? But they deliberately took it out of the hands of anybody who was there at the house and put it in Carrie's, and she was happy to take it up. Z, Greg's. Is this Greg S. Cross C? Doesn't it open door for Michael Easter? Fortunately, I'm not sure I exactly understand this question. I haven't seen anything yet that that specifically opens the door to Michael Easter, but I'm also not sure exactly what the proffer is. What I anticipated when Michael Proctor's testimony was described is that he will have gone and obtained copies of the policies to the extent they exist, policies, training materials, manuals, supervisor guides, like all of this stuff from Canton Police Department, from Massachusetts State Police. And he would be testifying about these are what the policies are, and they were in compliance with that policy or not. If they don't have a policy, or perhaps even if maybe their policy is bad, he would talk about what best practices are based on his, training and experience and his time, and just that aspect of the work that he did as an FBI investigator. But probably not. Probably not going to be critiquing their policy. It's just a question of did they follow normal policy or not? And so the foundation that I think you would need to have to get Michael Easter in, to be able to show, look, I can't get what I need from these other witnesses, is you need some kind of foundation about what the policies are. You need to try to get the policies in through these witnesses. And if they're resistant to that, they don't want to authenticate it like Trooper Bukhenik clearly does. So I don't know if this is, I can't authenticate it. I've never seen this before. I don't know what it is. Which seems pretty likely. Then you can't get it in through cross-examination. You need a witness to be able to do that. And so, that would potentially be Michael Easter, how he obtained them and so forth. So I see that as kind of one avenue, and it doesn't look like the defense is going down that road. So I really haven't seen that. What they seem to be eliciting is a lot of opinion type statements from Gallagher and Proctor and Bukhenik that what they did was good. It was fine. Using a leaf blower, it was fantastic. It exceeded our expectations. It was a genius piece of investigation. Nothing wrong with using the solo cups, and the Stop and Shop bag was just like an evidence bag. Not, but also the same. So I see them eliciting a lot of explanation and excuse and denial of any sort of problem like that, but I don't see them really working on the other side of trying to establish, okay, well, through these witnesses, what the standard is. I don't know if that's going to be necessary or not. From my perspective, just kind of taking a conservative view, like knowing Bev has already ruled against this, and she's already said this is stuff the jurors already know. They can evaluate it for themselves, and you can elicit what you need to elicit through cross-examination. What I'm trying to do is make my record that I can't elicit everything through cross-examination. So anything I'm going to try to get in through Mr. Easter, I'm going to be trying to get in through these witnesses. And then that way, that's how I do my proffer. When it's time for me to come and ask for you to reconsider that decision, I can show you this is everything I want Michael Easter to testify to. I tried to get it in through every single one of these people. You said in your order that we'd be able to do this through cross. Clearly, I couldn't. They're fighting, they're resisting, they're pretending like I, forged a MSP training manual or something like that. So I can't get it in through them. I have to call a witness to get it in. So that's Michael Easter. That's kind of my thought about how you reopen that door. But it doesn't seem like that's what I'm seeing. So I'm not sure what the strategy is. Maybe they've accepted that, yeah, okay, this really does speak for itself. Maybe we don't actually need an expert to come in and hammer this stuff in. They could have just accepted it and kind of agreed. Not sure. Guy Mitchell, how can he open the bags when he didn't bag them? Well, as long as he can authenticate them, these are the things that we collected. He doesn't have to be the one who bagged them. Not necessarily. It certainly would be the better practice because, the better practice would be to follow the chain of custody. But the thing is that these items don't have a chain of custody anyway. So they didn't get bagged at the time. They didn't get bagged till they were put into evidence, many days later. So I think because the authentication bar is low, he can just say, yes, these are the things that we collected. And he can say that based on what's written on the label, even though he's not the one that wrote it. Nobody special. Supreme Court says they have no duty to us, sadly. Police owe you nothing. Police have no duty to respond. Police have no duty to do a job. They have no duty to keep you safe. No responsibility to you whatsoever. Everything that they do for you is a matter of grace on their part. No duty, nothing enforceable. Nothing except, the accountability that we have for all of our public agencies and their employees. That's it. That's all we have. Keep the police responsible to us. Andrea McBurnett. Andrea, is it safe to say that the defense has already sifted through the location data of John's phone in this critical time frame? I would certainly expect that their experts have done so, yes. I would expect that. They've had... Richard Green's been looking at the phone data for a while. They have a second. We heard from Mr. Alessi, another forensic analyst. They're not sure which one they're going to call. So they may have, a backup as well. I would definitely expect they would have looked through all of this. If they haven't, that's a pretty significant oversight. So... yeah, I would think that they have. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Alessi has looked at it personally with his own eyes. Z, witness list includes defense right now calling right to call. Witness list includes defense right to call Commonwealth witnesses. Let me double check. Because we were talking about some of those lab people. Some of those lab people. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have the witness list itself right at hand. What I know is that I have this breakdown. Dee Dee's got it posted. It's her pinned post. Dee Dee is wonderful, guys. If you're not following her too, Sleuthy Goosey, Dee Dee. These are like some of your best follows. She's at Suspicious Sauce. If you have the misfortune of being on X. There are definitely better things you could do with your life. But anyway, they've compiled just the names and who is only on one party or the other's witness list, and then the ones they have in common. But it doesn't have any indication, which it could, of extra language about like reserving the right to call any of the witnesses on the other party's list, which is not an uncommon thing to do. So if they do have language like that, then they should be fine. They should be able to call anybody, from the lab or whatever that they may need to. Investigator Smelly. Yes, Your Honor, this is issue. I'm sure of it. I thought about it real hard over the break, and actually, never mind. I'm positive this is the right shoe. Michelle Bellinger, where are John's socks? Just saying. I really hope those weren't his socks, just still there on his feet and just left there. I really hope they weren't just left there. But we haven't seen him in evidence. We didn't see him before. Haven't heard anything about him here. A cool breeze. If CERT isn't as effective as one cop, why does it exist? 3 of them went out and found the hat. Okay, shoveling for half an hour. That sounds a lot like they knew right where they needed to be, doesn't it? Sounded like they knew right where they needed to shovel. You notice how we didn't have a wide view of the scene where the hat was recovered from? We didn't have a wide view that showed how much of the lawn had you shoveled to find that hat. We didn't. I think they knew right. They knew right where it was and walked right to it and shoveled it out. That's how it took half an hour. A cool breeze. The arm lean strikes me as arrogant to the max. Yeah, he's leaning on the arm of the witness seat, like he's sitting on his couch watching a game. He's in that same kind of posture. Vlad Dracul. Wait, who does the straw belong to in this case? I went through my notes. I have no indication that the straw ever went anywhere. I don't see that they tested it. I don't see that they did anything with it. They just threw it in as a kind of suggestive piece of evidence. Probably because if they did test it, hello, the plow has been through here. It's 6 days later, 5 days later. 30th, 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. It's 5 days later. Plus, like, of course, the entire day of the 29th. So the straw stayed there through these high sustained blizzard winds, at least 25 miles an hour, gusts up to 40 something, all the snow falling, all the cars driving through. And the plow scraping the street to remove the snow. Somehow, Karen Reed's straw survived all that. And 5 days later, we're out there finding it right by the berm. Of course not. It's just a suggestive thing. Interested to know if maybe the defense tested it. Maybe the defense tested it. Greg S. AJ on cross. Trooper, do you have any idea what's in what bag? He doesn't even have to ask. He doesn't even have to ask. But it is a funny point. Fat Craig, after the weather warmed up, why wait to let the snow melt? Why not get a CSI team out there and do a full search? Well, because it didn't matter. They didn't even need to photograph these pieces. They didn't even need to document where they were. They're all in the same general area, even though they can't be in the same area as the ones we already found when that snow melted, because it means they were under snow that hasn't melted yet, right? They were under the snow at ground level, right there by the grass. Not on top of the snow like it might look like in those pictures, laid nicely on top of a couple inches of snow. Yeah. I think that might be the answer to your question. Why not get the CSI team out there? Because the snow, it's not there. That's why. Because the taillight isn't there. Greg S. Incredibly difficult to smash a Perspex taillight. Yeah, I don't know what material it is. I don't know how hard it is to smash. I do know, I've told the story, I backed my own car into my husband's truck slightly before the trial last year. I want to say it was like February or March. I think it was about March. Busted my taillight up pretty good, but just the outer lens Taillight still works fine. It's just a clear. My taillight is a clear. I haven't replaced it yet. I need to. It's kind of getting to the point of being a little bit embarrassing. But I wanted to take the opportunity to upgrade the taillights, get some cool taillights. But those can be really expensive. I haven't found like cool ones that aren't a ridiculous price. So anyway, that's my excuse for why I haven't fixed my taillight yet. So didn't leave a mark on his truck. It wasn't that hard. Didn't even hit him that hard. It was just him backing out, and his truck was parked in a slightly different place than it normally is. Didn't see it. I bumped into it, and yeah, busted it up. Probably not a whole lot faster than the speed Karen was backing into John's, but also my car is a lot smaller than her SUV, so a lot less mass. I don't know how hard it is to smash the taillight. I expect accident reconstructionists to be able to tell me that kind of thing. Also, I would expect them to tell me where would the taillight be, because when I hit my husband's truck, and broke my taillight, the taillight pieces all just fell on the ground right there. They didn't go flying, with, is this supposed to like make it look like momentum? Hit him so hard that the taillight flew through the air. Is that supposed to be it? I don't know. I expect to hear about that from a reconstructionist. Hallie P, number 309. How come he is allowed to talk about the contents of the photos, but the other day they couldn't talk about them? AJ Cross, female witness, I think. So AJ didn't have the photos in evidence. You can talk about the contents of the photos when they're in evidence. That's fine. You can absolutely describe what's in them. You can look at them. You can publish them. It's because until it's in evidence, it's not evidence. So whatever is in it doesn't matter. You can't go there. You got to get it into evidence, and then you can talk about the contents. So that was the issue that AJ had. You're talking about the social media photos with Katie McLaughlin, and he's trying to impeach her with those photos. He's asking her, what does it show? And Brennan is objecting. And he's not laying the foundation he needed to get them in. He just needed to be like, are these true and accurate representations of you hanging out with your friends? Are these appear to be photos that were taken and posted on social media? Have you seen them before? Were you tagged in them? That kind of thing, just to get him into evidence. And it didn't happen. I don't think it really matters. It wasn't that significant. The jury got the idea. There's a bunch of photos of you hanging out at parties with your mutual friends, including Caitlin Albert. So that's the distinction. They're not being, it looks like, super technical about some of the order of things when they already know it's going to come in. So like, for example, earlier today, they had the bag open and they're pulling out the pieces of plastic and talking about them before the bag has been admitted into evidence. It's not right. That's not the right way, but it's coming in anyway. Like it doesn't matter. Who cares? You can object to that for formality. And I'm the kind of obnoxious person that probably would, Your Honor, just for the record, it's not in evidence yet. Could we move it into evidence before we're displaying it to the jury? I probably would. But that's because stuff like that annoys me. I like a clean record. I like the record clean. I don't want it to show I'm sitting there on my hands while they're showing the jury things that are not in evidence, because stuff can happen. You never know. Greg S., this is Mickey Mouse police work. Mickey Mouse would probably do a better job. I mean, Mickey Mouse seems like a pretty upstanding guy, and definitely not sure I get that vibe from a lot of these characters. The rural juror, Hank buried the shady Proctor stuff in the middle of direct. AJ won't let that go. No, he's already poking at that wound, didn't he? He already started with that. You stand by Proctor. He really made him commit. Yes, Michael Proctor conducted himself with integrity. And that's the dare. Defense, get in Michael Proctor in those texts. It hasn't happened yet. Maybe it won't. Maybe Michael Proctor is on a plane to some non-extradition jurisdiction as we speak. and you won't be able to do it. And then all the jury has to go on is me insisting Michael Proctor conducted a perfectly legitimate explanation. But you know, if that's not what happens, and the defense does call him, and the texts do come in, that's going to age very badly. But I think that's the gamble. Hasn't happened yet. Jury hasn't seen the text yet, so as long as they haven't, we can stand by Michael Proctor. Dan Greenwood, Mrs. AB, thanks for the feed and vital commentary. Loving background feed whilst I work here in the UK. Syncs up perfectly for just after my lunch. That's great timing. I love it. I love it. The East Coast stuff does tend to probably be more convenient for those of you over in the UK and on the continent. It's not as significant a time difference as it is coming all the way from the West Coast. Of course, it's a little bit early for me, but that's okay. I'm adjusting. I was like passed out asleep at like 8:30 last night. So this is my life now. Thanks for sharing your after lunch at work with us. Sabina D. This video explains better what she said in that interview than she did with her own words. Oh, the video of her taking the drinks. Yeah, it does kind of, doesn't it? It does. We heard that clip of her saying, you know, she got the tall grass and it was weak. It wasn't to her taste, and so she got the shot and she poured it in. And so yeah, you saw that in the video. Now, granted, I only saw that happen in the video one time. I saw that happen in the video one time. I saw Bukhenik tell me it happened other times, but I didn't see it. I see him telling me there she's getting a shot. She's pouring it into her glass. It's all behind John. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw if she poured it into her glass, if she poured it into John's glass, if she didn't pour it anywhere and she just left it sitting there on the bar. We didn't see that. But I do think that it's yeah, of course. The video is going to be better than words, at least to the extent that you have the, you know, perspective and visibility that you need from that video. Wanda G, was the straw in evidence blue? Those straws at the bar are clear. The straw from the first trial was also described as black. It's a thin black straw. It looks like a stirrer straw. You know, it does not look like I mean, you know, I guess a bar will give you like a thin little cocktail straw like that, maybe sometimes. My experience, which is I'm not a huge drinker. I don't spend a lot of time at the bar. But you know, you get a fat straw. They're wanting you to suck it down, get another one. Probably depends on the size of your glass and all that, but didn't look like a black straw that she was drinking from there at CF McCarthy's for sure. So I guess we're gonna try to trace this to the waterfall, black straw from the waterfall. Seems pretty remote given all the circumstances. The rural juror, they're pointing out his phone because they will use it to explain why his phone is under him. If he landed on his back, he puts it in his back pocket. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And it wouldn't like just slid out of his back pocket or something like that. They have a hard time maybe explaining how his pocket got torn, though, aren't they? Maybe have a hard time explaining that. That was a really good catch. Whoever it was that caught that. That was a good catch. I hadn't noticed that. Unduly noted. If Commonwealth doesn't call Proctor and defense does, can they get all his texts in? What civilian witnesses would you call if Commonwealth doesn't? McAlberts, Higgins. Thank you, AB. Yes, they should be able to get his texts in because they are not offered for their truth. They're offered for his bias. What civilian witnesses would I call? I'd probably call Nicole. Being the homeowner, the Chloe stuff, I think is fairly important. Probably Matt, the phone guy. Matt, who, you know, has his own kind of maybe overlap with Jen in some respects. He shows up, you know, peculiarly early at 34 Fairview the next morning. Just things like that. Higgins, certainly. Brian Albert, certainly. More than that, I'd probably have to think about. Julie, I would call Julie just to get in that statement, just to, be able to ultimately impeach her with that statement that she made. I think it was Lank interview, but I can't remember. It might have been Good. I can't remember who she spoke to, but that initial interview where she said, Jen called me at 5, and that's how I learned that John O'Keefe was dead. Interesting, because Jen didn't know that yet. So, yeah, potentially Julie. The Colakeithuses, maybe at this point, they testified in the first trial. They were generally favorable to Karen. She wasn't particularly drunk. She and John were really lovey-dovey that night. Hang on one second here. Sorry, had to make the dog not lick. It was going to gross me out. Dog doesn't get to lick like right here with me. She has to go do that where I can't hear it. Nobody wants to hear that coming in over the mic. So that's just kind of my knee-jerk reaction of who I would call. I'd be pretty comprehensive. I mean, I'm not going to call every single person, but yeah, I'm probably going to call a lot. Probably going to call a lot of them. Summertime. Looks like the men couldn't order shots with their beers, so Karen was designated shot orderer. I didn't think about that. I mean, maybe, or Karen is just the one who picks up the tab, because Karen is the successful professional woman who will buy around for other people. We saw that in the first trial. She's very generous. She bought dinner for the entire party. Had the blow up with the I don't even remember the name of the Aruba sister. The one who is so snotty about her, because she absolutely totally did not kiss John in the lobby. Absolutely not. Karen paid for her hotel room. Karen's a generous person. So could just be she bought the round because they wanted it and she paid for it. A cool breeze. These videos make me sad, showing a couple smiling and having fun. John O'Keefe's family must feel gut punched seeing their son, brother alive. Yeah, I thought about that. With that video we saw at Ring. It looked like, I'm assuming that was Kaylee, John going into the garage with Kaylee earlier in that day. And I thought about that too, that seeing him alive and well in the last moments is probably not a lot of fun. 5 a.m. research. Who here is certain they'd testify according to conscience, given they and family must live in this town going forward, protected by Canton PD? That's the issue, isn't it? The incentives. And that's, part of the nature of the dynamic. Do you stand for yourself, or do you stand with the group? Do you go along with the crowd, or do you stand on principle? Standing on principle is not necessarily easy. That's why it's standing on principle. That's why we admire it when people do it, because it's the hard thing to do, to go against the crowd, particularly when there can be consequences and you know it. So that's one of the reasons why I think Brian Loughran made such an impression on so many people in the audience at the last trial. Because that's a hard thing to do. Go against the crowd. He's a lifelong Canton resident, knows all these people. And he was the one to say, yeah, I drove the plow by 2:00, 2:30. There's nobody out on that lawn. Come back an hour later and there's a Ford Edge parked there where he was later found. Not helpful to the Commonwealth's case. So yeah, I think this puts people in a very tough position if they're local to Canton. Haley Roysum, can you explain impeaching a witness? What does that mean? What happens during that process? I keep hearing about it, and the only way I have heard the term impeachment is for presidents. Thanks. Yeah, it's a good that's a good point, because impeachment for a president is a very technical thing. It's a whole process that you go through. There's a trial. There's articles of impeachment that are voted on. It's like a formal thing that happens. There's a vote. The president is impeached or the president is not impeached. Courtroom is not like that. Impeachment is not like a status that you acquire or don't acquire. It's just a way to describe challenging a witness's credibility. It's a specific kind of type of testimony or type of evidence that has the purpose of showing that the witness isn't credible. And so it can be different things. It can be you've got a conviction for something like theft that shows you tend to be dishonest. It can be that you have a reputation for being dishonest. What we've been dealing with in this particular case a lot of is that you have given inconsistent accounts. We can't believe you because your story changes. And so you're not reliable. We don't know which, if any, of your versions of events are true. So it's not like a formal thing that happens, like the witness is declared impeached or something like that, because it's always up to the jury to decide, who do I believe and who do I not believe? And how much weight do I give the testimony of the people that are testifying? It's always up to them. So it's not like the judge is going to do anything. This person's been impeached. This person's not been impeached. However, there is often foundation that has to be laid for you to be able to do this. And part of that is because this evidence may not be admissible any other way. It's solely like a prior inconsistent statement. It's probably hearsay. So your only way to get it in might be to establish it is a prior inconsistent statement. So what do you have to do? You have to establish that it is in fact inconsistent with what they're saying right now. And that's typical conventional part of the foundation that you lay. It is in fact impeachment. In Massachusetts is not as technical as a lot of places that I've looked at before, as far as the rules of impeachment and stuff like that. Many places you have to present the statement to the witness, give them an opportunity to deny it or explain it. So this is what we saw in Virginia with Depp v. Heard. I talked about that story a couple days ago. The impeachment that failed, the impeachment of Whitney Heard. They had this fantastic material from Jennifer Howell from her deposition. Weren't able to use any of it because they did not lay the proper foundation with Whitney Heard to be able to bring in those prior consistent statements. Virginia required that you present it to the witness, give them an opportunity to explain it or deny making it. And they never did that. They just didn't bring it up at all. Massachusetts seems to be a little bit more liberal as far as what those requirements are. But so the bottom line is you have to present them with it. And, this is inconsistent with what you're saying now. Are you denying that you said this before? If they admit it, okay, we're done. If you deny saying it before, then here I've got a transcript and it's going to come into evidence. So here's what you said. Here's your statement. That's kind of the I don't know if this was a very simple explanation, but that's what it's about. It's just about showing that the witness lacks credibility. You're typically presenting evidence that isn't admissible any other way. And so you have to lay the foundation to show it qualifies to be presented because it's proof of impeachment. Either it's a prior inconsistent statement, it's a prior conviction, something like that. So hopefully that helps, Haley. Melinda Garr, there is blood on the bottom of his pants, but not his shoes. Is that because he had no shoes on when bleeding? Maybe good idea. Except no, because there's a drop of blood on top of his shoes. We haven't seen it yet. And I don't know if the Commonwealth is going to call the lab people, but they found blood on the top of his shoe. That's like one of the biggest giveaways for me. Guy's in a fight because it drips down your nose, drips down your legs onto the top of your shoe. That doesn't happen by just, I'm lifting this guy and maybe maneuvering him after he's already unconscious, trying to get him on a backboard, trying to get him conscious, trying to give him CPR. You didn't get it on the top of his shoe doing that. That's like classic. I can't even tell you how many times I've come out of the boxing ring. My nose is all bloodied up. I have this exact same blood pattern all down my front on the top of my shoes. That was a big giveaway for me. So no, I think the fight happened with his shoes on. Amelia Walsh, the word is Proctor flipped. Imagine. Well, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. Maybe that's why Yuri's standing by him. Of course, he's got great integrity, hoping. I don't know. If I'm Proctor, I might be pretty pissed. Whole reason I did all this is because that's supposed to be the deal. We have each other's backs, and you know, they didn't have his when push came to shove. Not sure what they could have done about it, really. Like, yeah, this was all going to come out. It was your dumbass that ran your mouth in writing. Guess you just thought the FBI was never going to get a hold of it. I'll believe Proctor flipped when I see it. Izzy 14, you think Yuri stressed out about Cross? Love you, Andrea. I think Yuri is so experienced with Cross. He's already got his system down. He already knows how to not answer the question, how to get his talking points out, say what he wants to say, impugn the defense attorney, you know, through the process, feign ignorance, not know, not remember when it's appropriate, not recognize documents that are put in front of his face. I think he's very comfortable where he is. He knows this game very well. He's very experienced at it. Now he may know what's coming in terms of the facts, and he's not looking forward to that, but he's looking forward to the battle. You know, can he beat Jackson? Can he come out of this better? I think you might actually enjoy it a little bit. John Beattybot, did any side attempt to see 624 on dash cam re 227? So we didn't see it on Seraph's dash cam, but like Yuri pointed out, there's other dash cam because there were other officers at the scene. And I vaguely recall from the last trial, we did see dash cam from a car that was behind whatever car Karen and Jen were in. But I don't think we knew the timestamp at that point. I'm not sure even anybody was really paying attention at that point to what the timestamp was. So I would think it's available, just not 100% sure. Just not 100% sure. But yeah, it's definitely something I would be hunting down if I'm the defense. If it's there, I'm going to find it and I'm going to present it. If it, if the timeline doesn't add up and we don't have Karen and Jen sitting together in a car, in these circumstances as she's described, right at or around 624, then I'm going to be pointing out those problems. I'm going to be identifying those discrepancies, each and every one of them, and highlighting that to the jury. S. QWERTY, Andrea, why doesn't the defense use all the ways the witnesses contaminate evidence during their forensic theater to show their lack of skill and care? The witnesses won't give them that, is probably the best explanation why. There's probably a way you could do that without being like, I'm the lawyer, I'm testifying. You don't get to testify, of course. You don't get to present information. So all you get is what the witnesses will give you. And so you'd have to go about it in a kind of oblique way. Sergeant Bukhenik, I saw that you put gloves on when you went to open this bag. Is that correct? I saw that these gloves are not individually packaged, are they? No, I saw you pull them from the outside of the glove out of that box. Is that correct? Yes. And I saw you also hold them with your hand, touching the outside of the glove as you put them on your hands. Is that what I saw? And then it appeared to me that you picked up the scissors in order to open the bag. Do you recall that? And those scissors, you didn't see those scissors being sterilized, did you? No. And then you took the item out of the bag and you handled it with those same gloves that had just touched the scissors and that you had previously touched with your hand. Is that what we just saw, the jury and I? Is that what we just saw? And that was after you had previously gone through the same steps with a different item, and you had opened a bag and handled that item, correct? And you had used those same scissors to handle that item, correct? And you didn't sterilize the scissors in between touching those items, did you? I don't know that they're ever going to give you, yes, I could have contaminated this item, but you just get the facts in where the jury can conclude it for themselves. You just that final step. So when you touch this item and touch the scissors and touch the other item, etc., you might be contaminating the item. They're never going to give you that. So you just don't ask it. You don't need to. You don't need to. The jury gets it. You handled all this stuff and then put it on this evidence that you're, trying to keep sterile. I think the jury would get the point. So they could, but I don't know how important it is. Might be important if it's a case where you want to emphasize you guys didn't do a whole lot of testing. Might want to do more. Potentially now we can't. That evidence is it's not going to be clean, forensically speaking. So they could, but there's not necessarily a lot to gain from it. Lisette Morales, have started catching your stream last week. I love your take and streams. And did I hear you are a Phillies fan? Makes me like you even more. Girl, go Phils, go Phils. Who do we got this afternoon? We got a game this afternoon, surely, right? I think we're done with Tampa now, or do we have one more? One more with Tampa? Yeah, we got another game with Tampa this afternoon. That should be fun. That should be fun. We're over here going for the sweep. Sweep would be great. I would enjoy that. I would enjoy that quite a bit. Yeah, go Phils. It's you know how it is. You know how it is being a Phillies fan. It's a rocky ride sometimes, a wild ride, but when it's fun, boy, is it fun. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Oh, I see something interesting here. Look at this. Look at this. It appears the condition of this pair of pants, it might not be the same as it was in the first trial. Let me see if I can pull this up. Look at the condition of these pants in trial 1. Huh. That back pocket looks pretty intact, doesn't it? That back pocket looks pretty intact. Let's maybe even zoom in a little bit. Can't quite recenter it, but that back pocket is he holding it up? Has it been, or is it intact? It's not torn across the bottom all the way. Then when we see it from today, clearly torn all along that one side. Is that a change in condition? Or has it been like tacked together maybe? I don't know. Curiouser and curiouser. That back pocket on those jeans. Anyway, you sent that to me, and so thank you too. I think this is CH that's sending these. Thank you for that. It's a very good catch. Thank you, Lizette, and go Phils. Duncan, Idaho, 1.5 hours behind, but I love that Tully is saying that he butt-liked Proctor's text. Bukhenik. Oh, is that Bukhenik saying he butt-liked Proctor's text? People in Massachusetts don't do anything except with their butts. He just didn't check. He didn't say which one he thumbs upped. He didn't say which one he thumbs upped. We haven't heard from Tully yet. If Tully butt likes things in the group chat, that will be entertaining as well. No, Bukhenik liked it and he acknowledged liking it. He just hadn't read. He hadn't read any of them. In fact, maybe still hasn't. Which one exactly did you thumb up, Trooper Bukhenik? I know a guy. How is a DA allowed to bring a case when there are so many evidence issues? Because the prosecutors have enormous discretion, and the only real limitation on them is an ethical one that says you're not supposed to bring charges without probable cause. Probable cause has been found here. A grand jury found probable cause. Prosecutor, as the saying goes, can typically get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. It's a very low bar because you're presenting a one-sided, cherry-picked version of the case to support whatever charge you want the grand jury to bring. And so that insulates the prosecutor. There's been a probable cause determination. The grand jury returned an indictment. So he's met his ethical minimum. And the rest is just a matter of discretion. Do you pursue it? Do you pursue it? Do you not? So bear in mind, these are political positions. Prosecutors are maybe not the actual person who is who's running the trial or whatever, but it's the person who runs the office that's ultimately accountable for these decisions that are being made. If you don't like the decisions about what cases are pursued in your office by the prosecutors, you may be able to do something like that with your vote. So do consider that. M4A Now. 10 years ago, Radiolab did a podcast called Eye in the Sky, the gist 24/7 aerial surveillance. If crime happens, they rewind and solve who did what. A panopticon. We're closer and closer to the panopticon every single day. There's, surveillance cameras everywhere. It's probably not universal at this point. I don't know if aerial surveillance is going to work because you still have inside the house. You still have like big trees outside, forested areas, not necessarily going to be as visible. But I definitely agree we're on a track to creep, closer and closer to this kind of system where, we already kind of are. Crime happens, one of the first things they do, go canvass and look for video, except in Canton. That law doesn't apply in Canton. You don't do that in Canton. So yeah, I think this is generally the direction that we're moving in. Sounds like an interesting show. Stewart, 3 weeks in and still no evidence he was hit by a car or Karen did it. I feel like he's throwing the case and going to blame Jen or Proctor for it. I don't think he's throwing the case, but I do think he is setting it up for Jen to be, if not like the sole reason why it goes bad, at least a big part. It's her or me. Why else would you play that clip? It's her or me. It's her or me. Like, okay. Challenge accepted. I accept your conditions. The lady that lied to the FBI or the presumed innocent defendant? Which one should I side with? That seems easy to me, but of course I'm a defense lawyer. Not everybody sees things the way I do. But that's my feeling. We know Jen's been a squeaky wheel. We know she's been on the phone with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. So is Carrie, her good friend Carrie. Been on the phone to that office, according to that Turtle Boy affidavit, telling Mr. Morrissey, I'm not going to say what you want unless you get his bail revoked. So off they go, trying to get Turtle Boy's bail revoked. What a coincidence. Might be the way to kind of shut Jen up. Okay. If we lose this trial, it's your fault. So shut up. You have no standing anymore. Just a possibility. Something I thought of last night when I was thinking about that decision to play that clip. What does that even mean? They're setting Jen up to take the fall. Duncan, Idaho. Bukhenik, not Tully. Previous comment. Okay. Just to clarify. I am really looking forward to the cross of all of these smug, corrupt, uniformed liars, though. I am Jackson mad. Well, I like seeing Jackson being cold. I like a good cold as ice cross. And he like we saw him do with Jen when he was real disciplined like that, very factual, very collected. Then when he turns it on, you really notice when he gets mad And he's like, he's doing his argumentative thing. You really expect us to believe this bullshit you're trying to sell? Then it really stands out. Gives it a nice contrast. So he's started off so far very disciplined, very contained. I want to see this continue. I think we're set up pretty well. Getting this little bit of snark in when Yuri is clearly being ridiculous. Just to highlight it for the jury. I see that you're being ridiculous. I agree. I am looking forward to the cross of the rest of these guys as well. Yeah, he just didn't read. I don't think he liked it. If he said that, I missed it. I think he just said he acknowledged it, but he hadn't read. He didn't read the whole. He doesn't know the content. He doesn't actually even know what he's thumbing up. I'm not sure he ever even went and read it. Didn't know. Didn't go unlike it when he figured out, did he? Unthumb it up. I don't know if you can do that with Apple. I'm not sure. Natalie VB Light Breeze. Is it me or this case should be dismissed? They're not going to. The bar for this case to go to the jury is so exceedingly low. It is essentially, if you look at all of the evidence that's been presented by the Commonwealth, once they rest their case, and you look at it in the way that you believe every single thing they say, if you believe it all, forget the fact that they might have lied. Forget the fact that some of the evidence has got problems with it. You just give the Commonwealth the benefit of the doubt of every single piece of it. Then is there enough to establish the basic elements of the crime? Yeah, there almost always is. It's rare, not unheard of. It's not unheard of for a prosecutor to get through their case in chief, and maybe they've forgotten about an essential element. They haven't presented any evidence of that, or maybe they had a witness who didn't appear, who was going to be the proof of intent or something like that. Without that, they really can't show that. So the higher charge gets dismissed. I mean, things like that can happen, but it's such a low bar to get the case to the jury that it's very unlikely that Bev is going to do it. So it's up to Hank. And Hank's already, he's already committed. He's already in. If he was going to dismiss it, he would have done it before. I don't think this case should have been retried. That's a bias I have anyway. If you could not convict the first time, that should be your bite at the apple. I don't like this idea where they get as many bites of the apple as they want. They get to tweak their theory of the case as many times as they want. They get to adjust their witness lists and their strategies and their personnel as many times as they want, as long as the jury doesn't acquit until they can get what they want. I don't like that. I don't think that's right. It's the law. It's the law, not arguing with that, but I think that's a bad law. I think that's a law that should change. I don't think that's how double jeopardy should work, but it is for right now. So to the extent they had discretion not to, I think they should have exercised their discretion not to, but that's me as a defense attorney saying what I think a prosecutor should do. So deep state thrombosis. Commonwealth says she reversed 24 miles an hour, did a 3-point turn when she hit. Watch the tow driver move the SUV from her parents' driveway. Tires spin out up to 24 miles per hour. Then he does a 3-point turn. Oof, Trooper Paul. Yeah, it does look like the whole spinning the tires is a likely explanation for that key cycle that Trooper Paul was focused in part because he didn't count them correctly. He didn't account for everything that had happened subsequent to taking the van or taking the SUV into custody. And so he picked the wrong key cycle. He's looking at one of these other driving incidents. So yeah, I think the loading it on the Dighton tow truck is one possibility. I also think when they were doing the recreation out in the Canton Police Department driveway, trying to see if they can accelerate it up to 25 and then rapidly decelerate. Great, you're putting data on the vehicle computer. I think it could have been that one too. The whole problem with all of this is that none of it's not dated or timed. So you just have to count back from how many times the key has been turned on and off. And Trooper Paul did not seem to have counted correctly. Josh H., I haven't seen Karen Reed drink enough to have a BAC between 0.14 and 0.28. Hell, I doubt it was even over 0.08. I saw one drink. I saw the shot go in the drink. And then to me, it looked like that's what she's sipping on the whole night. That's what it looked like to me. I did not see this drink after drink after drink after drink after drink. Maybe a second glass, but the second glass looked like water to me. I didn't see a lime in the glass. It looked like she got a glass of water to go with her drink. I do that all the time at the bar. I've already talked about that. I'm a lightweight. I don't go to the bar much anyway. And so if I do, I got to drink the drink and then down a bunch of water, or I'm going to be hurting the next day. You got to stay hydrated. Very important to stay hydrated. So no, I don't see a 0.14 and 0.28. I think that's ridiculous. And that's why everybody who was there said, no, she seemed fine. She seemed fine. You're not going to seem fine at 0.14 to 0.28 unless you're a serious hardcore drinker. You have a habit of that. And I would think that they would be able to establish that through witnesses, through, other times she goes to the bar. Surely she would be well known at the bars if she's the kind of person who can be at 0.14 and walking around perfectly functional. Luke Fitz, I'm having a hard time following the timeline. Who knew what and when, how that affected their decisions, but that's probably how Hank Brennan wants me to feel. His timeline is a mess. It's an absolute train wreck. And it is a little bit ironic because he has the burden of proof. He should be trying to make it clear for you, but it does seem like he's trying to sort of obfuscate, doesn't it? Does seem like he's trying to obfuscate. Don't look too closely. Don't get too caught in the weeds. Don't look over these details. Don't be too concerned about that. Just go with the big picture. By the way, did you hear the part where Karen said I hit him? She said it 3 times. It's not a normal way for a prosecutor to want you to feel confused about the basic facts of when and how the crime took place. So the fact that that's happening in this case seems to be what the strategy is. Yeah, that's telling. It's not normal, not for the party that has the burden of proof. Miss Shorty, thank you, Andrea, for your phenomenal commentary and coverage of this trial. I'm never in chat, but watching every minute. Free Karen Reed. Thank you so much, Miss Shorty. I'm glad you popped into the chat on this occasion. Do consider jumping in sometime. They don't bite. I'm pretty sure anyway. Not when I'm reading. I don't get to read and participate the whole time. But I do get to check in from time to time, and it's a great scene in there. Some great folks. I think you'd really enjoy it, perhaps, if you did. But thank you for joining us, and thank you for your kind words. Duncan, Idaho, just answer the question. So evasive and slimy. You think that's coming across? Certainly came through loud and clear to me. I can't authenticate the search warrant. It's not signed. It's a copy. I can't read the copy. If it had the court seal and so forth on it, then copies now are a problem for you. Copies now are a problem for you. You deal with copies of documents all the time. Let's not play the games, but the game is the game. It's all in the game. All in the game, as a wise man once said. The rural juror, he's really saying this with his whole chest, knowing what is coming. Michael Proctor acted with honor and integrity. He did. He said it with his whole chest. He didn't want to. We could see him really not wanting to. Taking a long time with the answer, trying to back around, trying to not answer it, trying to turn it back to the investigation was done and we followed the evidence and stick to those talking points. Nope, you got cornered. You're going to have to answer about Michael Proctor himself. So he did with his whole chest. Duncan, Idaho, Bukhenik speaks like the cops in Idiocracy. Okay, sir, this is to figure out what your aptitude's good at and get you a jail job while you're being a particular individual in jail. Oh, Bukhenik, he's got such a different demeanor on direct and on cross. That's one of the first things that obviously sticks out to me. Remembers everything, volunteers, clearly helpful, except for when he wants to say something that he's not being asked, that is getting stricken, like Michael Proctor never touched the car. That's not what you're being asked. You're being asked what you saw and what you did. Don't get to talk about Michael Proctor, but he's still going to try. But other than that, really didn't have any problem remembering anything on his direct exam, did he? Didn't have any problem with the DMV record being a copy. I'll bet that was a copy, wasn't it? Didn't have any problem authenticating that. Well, I needed to have the seal and the certificate and the signature from the clerk. Nope. And then it's a very, very different game when he's dealing with the Commonwealth. And it's again, it's the weaponized incompetence. You don't remember stuff, and you pretend like the failings are just negligence to the extent that you acknowledge them at all. I mean, certainly we're just going to deny that the vast majority of this is a problem. But if we get stuck, well, it's just an unfortunate thing that happened. Not a series of repeated judgment calls that went contrary to the interests of a clean and thorough and just investigation. Amanda, still confused on the state's theory. If the taillight pieces are in the yard closer to the flagpole, how come there's no tire tracks in the yard? And how could she back up straight on the road into the yard? I don't think there's room in the Commonwealth theory for her car to have gone into the yard. So the theory has to be the taillight exploded. That's what we got from Trooper Paul last time. The taillight exploded. And so I'm guessing they'll say it's momentum, momentum. The car was in motion. It suddenly stopped. Taillight cracked. All those pieces, flew out into the yard. That's what I'm guessing. But I don't know. I wait with great anticipation for what we're going to hear from old Dr. Welcher. Just Mimi Sue, how can Bukhenik say that when Proctor was fired for bias? Shame on you, sir. He doesn't see it as a problem. None of them see this as a problem. That's explicit now. This is honor and integrity. This is honor and integrity. According to him, still a sergeant in the Massachusetts State Police. And if you're in Massachusetts, that doesn't bother you, then you deserve the law enforcement and the justice that you get. The ghost of Brian Higgins' SIM card. He's saying it's such a big team, but didn't he say there was a lack of resources just this morning? Am I losing it? Well, yeah, because what he needs to say depends on the circumstances of what he needs to get across. And so it's a big team when you need to diffuse responsibility across everybody, make sure nobody's accountable, because it's just a lot of people who did a lot of different things. But you need it to be a manpower crunch when you're trying to explain why Michael Proctor had his hands on everything. Not because he was the lead. Oh, no, not because he was the lead, because of a manpower crunch. So it's all circumstantial. What he says depends on the needs of the moment. Does my berm look big in this snow? In 2019, MSPs Fairview and Bukhenik investigated the 1994 murder of David Cox, whose story was inspiration for A Few Good Men. Can they handle the truth? Oh, that's fascinating. I'm actually going to write that down. I did not know that. That is a great piece of trivia. David Cox investigation, 1994, Fanning and Buke. I'm going to look some of that up. Good question. They certainly learned. They certainly learned the game, didn't they? Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Lily B, always grateful for all of your hard work, Bob and Allie. Did we have Bob and Allie in the chat and I missed them? I hope I didn't miss them, but I also hope they were in the chat. I love Bob and Allie. If you guys were here, thanks so much for stopping by. They do a wonderful job. I got to, meet them and hang out with them in Delphi. Wonderful experience. Great people, great commentators. Josh H. Brennan isn't objecting because he doesn't want Proctor called to authenticate the records. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he didn't object to this. This point is about the impeachment with the tabs in the binder, where they're bringing up Proctor's name is on everything. We're talking about the contents of a lot of different documents that are not in evidence, and so that is objectionable. I don't know why he's not. Maybe to take away grounds to bring in Proctor. I don't know that I really see that. I'm not sure that that trade-off, because you can interfere with his cross pretty substantially if you don't let him do what he's doing. I'm not sure you have another way to get it in, that he should know that Proctor had all his hands on all this stuff as documented in all these tabs. I'm kind of wondering if, at least on this, he's kind of making him eat what you did. This is your investigation. I don't know. I don't have an explanation for it. Maybe he just wasn't paying attention. Maybe he's focused on something else. But I definitely did notice he was not objecting, and it was objectionable. Alyssa Ramirez, can defense challenge the admissibility of the evidence if the affiant doesn't testify? Did Bukhenik put the search warrant's authenticity into question with his testimony? I don't think so. So search warrants typically have to be challenged before trial. And the validity of the search warrant is going to be based on, it's rarely going to be based on formalities like, was it signed? Is it properly dated? Like, it can have typos in it and stuff like that. So I don't think that's particularly going to cause any problems with it. The reality, as far as the situation and why probably the defense has a bad copy, it's because the way the search warrant usually works is the police or the DA, it can be either of them, write the affidavit, write the warrant, they take it to the court. The court has the original. The court keeps and they typically have their own separate file system for original search warrants, and they give it back to they give copies back to the detective, and then they go serve it and they execute their search warrant. Once the case has been started, then they'll often provide copies to the defense, like, when they're seeking it out, before they seek it out, or something like that. They can provide it in discovery, maybe as a draft. So there's different ways that the defense could have ended up with, a draft of the search warrant affidavit and the search warrant itself before they're finalized. Just bottom line is that the original is always in the court. And so if it's a situation where defense counsel is not on board yet, these searches are all happening before the case has been charged, before there's an attorney involved and stuff like that, then typically I'd expect you'd get a copy of the same thing that the detective had once it was signed, sealed, and same thing they're taking to the home to serve on the person that they're searching. But if it's after, if searches are happening after counsel has been hired, then they might send it to you ahead of time because they're giving you notice. We're going to be doing this. So that's kind of my understanding of the context for why it would be this way, why they would have a bad copy of the document. But no, I don't think it probably calls it into question unless the defense is concerned, that this is supposed to be a legitimate copy and somehow, they didn't get that. But I would expect that to have all been vetted before trial. The search warrant, you scrutinize that. You scrutinize that because it's just one of the things that you evaluate in terms of is there grounds to suppress here? Were these warrants valid? Do they state probable cause? Are there lies in them? Did they execute it properly? Is it overbroad? There's like a whole laundry list of things that you look at with a warrant. So I have to think they would have vetted that beforehand, and it's just a question of this is the particular copy that they have, and doesn't otherwise call into question anything about validity or authenticity or anything like that. Exotic 127, honest question. If these warrants weren't signed, were they conducted illegally? Well, if a judge didn't sign the original, then yes, there's no warrant. But again, like I would have expected that to be flushed out before trial, because if there's no warrant, you would be moving to suppress. Maybe not. Maybe not. There could probably be a situation too, like, okay, so here's an exception to that too. Like in Washington, we have telephonic warrants. Telephonic warrants. You get to just call the judge, tell him what your basis is, and the judge will tell you over the phone, yeah, go ahead. And then you get to do all the documentation and stuff later. But it often looks a little different just in terms of the forms and stuff that you use compared to the more formal, traditional, go and get a paper warrant signed by a judge type of scenario. Could be something like that too. I'm not 100% sure. But my knee-jerk reaction is not that there were any illegal searches here, because I would have expected that to have already been sniffed out. The rural juror, Hank doesn't want the perception that he is protecting anyone related to Proctor. That's why he isn't objecting to anything. Could be a good theory. That could be a good theory. It makes it look like you're trying to keep it out if you object. So let the jury hear it. Yeah, Proctor had his hands on the bulk of the investigation, and especially if the defense is going to call him anyway, it's going to come in, they're going to hear it. So why fight? May just make you look bad. Emily, hard to know if he's evasive, daft, or both. I called him a knuckle dragger, and he does have a certain thick about him, doesn't he? Like, I don't mean just visually. I mean, he doesn't know what colloquial is. He doesn't know what colloquy is. Okay, maybe English is a second language, although he certainly speaks like a Massachusetts native, doesn't he? But he's very canny. He's may not be super intelligent, but he's got some street smarts, I think is the way that I would put it. So I don't know if I would say daft. I don't know that he's daft. He's definitely evasive, but he's got that canniness. He knows how to play the game. Duncan, Idaho. Remember, the state hands people of his and Proctor's caliber a gun and gives them the power of life and death over other people. Standards are low. Yeah, and he's still out there doing it with his gun. He's still out there. He was out there working on the witness intimidation stuff, wasn't he? Wasn't he showing up to question people about letters that they sent to public officials and things like that? Yeah, he's still out there, still has his gun, still has his job, still has his rank, and he's going to retire with one of those great big fat pensions like the rest of them have done. Greg, where would we be without our daily dose of Burkhart versus Cameron guy? He pissed me off today. Get that on the screen. What is the matter with you? We need to see those clothes. Kyle Wells, Proctor slowly becoming a modern day Mark Furman. Yeah, there are some similarities, aren't there? There are some similarities. Furman said some pretty appalling stuff. And it definitely didn't help in the context of the case that he was investigating. And definitely didn't hurt that it looked like there were some shenanigans with the evidence, at least some of the evidence, some of that blood evidence that, supposedly collected, I think from OJ's house, but, or maybe the car, but it had the anticoagulant detected. Maybe a little bit, a little bit of splatter around. Try to, you think you got the guy, so you just try to build up the case, kind of like how you might want to sprinkle some glass, on the bumper of Karen Reed's SUV. Can't wait till we get to the bumper sprinkles. The rural juror, yes, your mom. I had to get one in. It was too inviting. I couldn't resist. Kurt B., the angry Ukrainian wears an Apple Watch when on traffic duty and on the stand. If this was personal, should they have subpoenaed his personal phone? Great question. Well, they'd have to go through that. I forgot it yesterday and I can't remember it today either. The number of the rule that they have to get permission from the court to get discovery from third party in Massachusetts. They can't just go and subpoena it themselves. They, of course, don't have search warrant authority. Only police have that, so they can't just get a search warrant to go get it. They'd have to get permission from the court. But yeah, what is his Apple Watch connected to his work phone? Is that what I'm supposed to believe? That seems weird. And if not, it's his personal phone. This is a personal group chat. I don't know. Would be interesting to spell that out. Zen, why do the attorneys not have to provide the reason for the objection in this trial? Thank you for your coverage, Andrea. This is because Judge Cannoni has said they are not to state the basis for their objection. This is a rule that I don't think anybody has seen in any other courtroom anywhere else in the country. I've never seen it before, never even heard of it, and it doesn't make any sense. But that's what she wants. You're just supposed to state objection. They had a whole pretrial motion that the defense brought to say, please let us state the basis for our objections because we need to make a record for the appeal. If we don't clearly state the basis for our objection, we might have waived it. And so we have to then spend a lot of time doing sidebars and stuff like that to make sure that we're doing our job. And Bev said, that's nice. No, you say objection. And we should all be on the same page. You should already know what the problem is. You should read her mind and know what she's thinking. That's the reason why, because that's how Judge Bev wants it. Josh H., the MSP personnel order terminating Trooper Proctor while assigned as the lead investigator in a homicide investigation. They did. Did they characterize him as the lead investigator? That's good. That's funny. I mean, he was. We all know he was. Connor Keefe already said he was. Yes, it was Proctor's case. It was his case. What else would it even mean to assign a case agent? A case investigator? What else would that even mean? It's such a ridiculous semantic hill to die on. Z, Yuri demands originals, but where are they for defense? Yeah, where's the original videos? Where's the raw stuff? Where's all that raw stuff? I'm sure they have metadata for absolutely everything, huh? Emotional lemonade. Doesn't the lead investigator usually sit in court with the prosecution? Couldn't AJ have asked Yuri if he had ever done so and with what title? So it doesn't require the title of lead investigator to sit in with the prosecution. But yes, you're absolutely right. It's very common. They get some type of, sometimes it's law enforcement representative or investigation representative or something like that. It's almost always the lead detective. And yes, they get exempted from the sequestration order so that they can sit in court and help the prosecution put on their case. It's extremely common. Noticeably, Proctor is not there filling that role. He wasn't at the last trial either. AJ could have asked Yuri if he has sat in court to assist the prosecution, exempt from a sequestration order. Don't know if they have a special word for it in Massachusetts or not. But yeah, he could have asked if he's been in that role. Just maybe call out. Except, I don't know. Does it help? If Proctor's not there. I don't know. I'm not sure if the jury would get that. I don't know. Possible. Warrior, I counted 6 sips. His 7th drink was only her 10th sip. Well, of course, they cut and clipped everything for us, right? They cut and clipped everything for us. So it's very hard to know what the whole sequence of events is because we didn't see it unfolding in real time, which, I don't need to watch a couple hours at a bar. Yes, you've had to do that. When you get a case and they got it, you got to watch the 2 hours. But it's not necessarily looking to do that right now. They did clip it up, so it's a little bit harder to follow maybe. Julie Barnes, remember last year they had her at 9 drinks. The drink count is all over the place. The drink count is trash. I think it was it 9 and then 10 and 11 at the Waterfall? I mean, they were just trying to put a massive amount of alcohol in her. If there's a discrepancy from the last trial, I think they're going to catch it and it's going to come out. It's, it's just evolved. It's evolved throughout the case. It doesn't add up with the statement of facts. Suddenly it's a different story. Amy McCammon, Jen turned the focus to Karen Reed, but first responders didn't. Yeah, well, it caught her attention. It was so dramatic when she said, I hit him. And that's why she didn't even bother to go in the house to wake up her first responder brother, because here's Karen saying all this crazy stuff and there's taillight all over the yard that she doesn't know anything about yet. Yeah, nobody focused on Karen. They let her go. They sectioned her, let her leave the scene, then sectioned her, let her leave the hospital. Let her go to Meadows. Let her leave Meadows. Nobody focused on her. She wasn't the focus. Who was the focus? The people inside that house. That's what the focus was. And that should tell you everything about what was really under investigation, at least until they knew where they were going and what they were focused on. Justin Wright, the state will do this to you. Nothing funny about this. DAs have failed me and mine every time we needed help. I'm sorry to hear that. It's very disappointing. It's very disappointing. We rely on these people for justice. That's the social compact. We give them the monopoly of violence so that we don't take justice into our own hands. And so when we don't get a good deal, don't get the benefit of our bargain, yeah, people get mad. People get mad. It's not funny at all. And if you're not on their team, you're not one of them, yeah. Why wouldn't they do it to you? Josh H. Hospital socks have grippy bottoms so you don't slip. Today I learned. I had no idea. Thank you. I've never been overnight in a hospital myself. I've gone in for, day stuff from time to time. Never had to spend the night in a hospital. So I don't know if they give you socks. They never gave me socks for, what I was in for. The worst was like tonsils out, not that big of a deal. So I did not know about the grippy socks in the hospital. Feral AF, do we still not know if Carrie Roberts and Karen Reed flipped John O'Keefe over? Nobody has said that they did. And they all say they found him supine. And, the only reference to it is that comment that Jen made on the 911 call. That's all we heard about it. Carrie didn't say anything like that. So don't think it is known. Hey, it's me, Hoosier here. Hey, welcome, Hoosier. Thanks for all you do. Not watching Koberger until start, kind of juror-ish. Love your Karen Reed commentary when I can catch it. Well, thank you. I'm very, hard to keep track of all the things happening at once. There has been more going on in Koberger. There's more orders that have come out. A lot is going on to keep up with. So I am a little bit behind with the Koberger coverage. I will get caught up. I'm not sure how fast I will get caught up, but I'll definitely get caught up, well before jury selection. Jury selection scheduled to start July 30th. I am at this point planning to be there for that, probably for at least the first part of the trial. I don't know if I'm going to stay for the whole trial, guys. Honestly, I've been kind of rethinking my plan for that one, but still giving it some thought. So But I will definitely be covering coworker, no question about it. Draven 782, John's t-shirt was not the only thing that has been framed. Oh, what an ironic state, isn't it? You framed the shirt. What else did you frame? Jim's honesty. John O'Keefe wore these, but these soles are bright white. The photos from last year had them pretty, like they had some brown on them. They, were a little bit dusty. Look, I'm not a shoe person. I wear my shoes really hard. I've got very small feet relative to my height, and so I think that maybe it's just like a lot, all my weight's focused on my feet, and so it just wears on shoes harder. I don't know. I go through shoes like really, really bad. So I don't buy like crazy expensive shoes or anything like that. I mean, not most of the time. If I do, it's a special thing, and I hardly ever wear it. But I know that people that are into shoes, shoe people can be really into shoes. I mean, take very good care of the shoes, clean the shoes, wash the shoes, keep the shoes, in very good condition. So I don't know if John was a shoe guy. He might have been a shoe guy, the kind of guy that would go home, take off his shoes and brush them, scrub them, clean them, keep them as pristine as possible. For me, wearing a white sole like that, when it's white around the edges, probably first time I leave the house, that's getting dirty. And then I'm not really worried about it. I don't know. It's just not my priority with the shoes, but for some people it is. A Cool Breeze is a YouTube member. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for joining us. Stacy LeBruno. Karen Reed removed the snow from John O'Keefe's face, so they did not turn him over. He was face up. How did she know his phone was under him? They both described that, right? Going over to John and he's a lump and they have to brush the snow off of his face. Nobody says anything about we had to turn him over. Only reference to that at all is there on the phone call from Jen. So she said, according to Carrie said that it was when the first responders lifted him onto the board and transported him over to the ambulance. She saw that his phone was under him, so she just stuck it in her pocket. Why did the first responders not see it and take possession of it? That's the $1 million question. But she says she took it and gave it to a first responder who shall remain unknown. We don't even know if it was one of the EMTs or if it was a police officer. And nobody has stepped forward to say, oh, it was me. I'm the one. I'm the one. Are they trying to set up Good as being the handoff guy? Is that what's going on here? They interviewed Good. We heard that they were given John O'Keefe's phone. The only specific name that's come out from the Canton Police Department that they spoke to was Good. Good was at the scene. Are they trying to set him up for that? I don't know. Be interested to see. A Cool Breeze. How many vodka sodas were involved in ruining a Jeff Burkhart truck? 0. And his truck has absolutely no damage from my car. Like none. Not a scratch, not a ding, nothing. It's got a big metal bumper. Didn't even take the shine off of it. No damage to his truck whatsoever. My taillight, the outer piece anyway, it busted. But it still works perfectly fine. Melinderp, are witnesses not called by the Commonwealth allowed to be prepped by them? Are they able to still interact with the Commonwealth's witness advocate? If they're on the witness list, they probably should not. They can still interact with the victim witness advocate. He's not supposed to communicate with them about the case or the details of the other testimony or anything like that, right? He's a representative of the officers of the court in the prosecutor's office. So he would never be like a go-between for information or anything like that. But yeah, the Commonwealth can prep witnesses and then decide not to call them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Liza Beck, I think the way Jen stuttered over her words when reading "We handed the phone off to Carrie" is very telling. Yeah, she did. She did, didn't she? She had that hitch in her voice. We handed the phone off to Carrie, something like that. And then she tried to explain that was her own phone. I don't buy that was your own phone. I don't know why you would mention that in the group text. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't add anything. But if you handed off John's phone to Carrie, that would be a very significant piece of information that those people on that group chat would want to know about. CLK, John O'Keefe jeans pocket in trial 1 was not ripped when Yuri showed one. It is. Yes, we saw that. CH sent those photos over. We looked at that. Sure didn't look ripped before. Don't know what ripped it. Would love to know. See if we'll get an explanation. My mini 67 butt dials. Andrea, you might not spend too much time at the bar, but yo mama does. Well done. Well played. Well played. Oh, sorry, I missed the butt dials in your name. You added butt dials in. My mini 67 butt dials. I love a good yo mom. Anytime, feel free to throw your mom my way. Catalina, I don't get how Proctor is everywhere on this, yet Commonwealth is acting like it's nothing. Buke not authenticating the doc. How does the Commonwealth move forward? Shady. He just comes across looking very shady, looking very difficult with the defense, looking very obstructive, not helpful. Not helpful. If all you have is the truth and nothing but the truth, the facts that you followed, then why would you be so difficult with the defense? You're trying to paint them as the ones being unreasonable, like they're, being so uncareful with their language, but then you turn around and say the same kind of thing. Just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. Cat's pajamas. Question from chat participant at Outside the Box. Andrea, is metadata of law enforcement evidence photos ever asked for? Or is it a given that it is all above board? Paying it forward today. Yes, it is definitely asked for. Some people will ask for that routinely every single time. Other people might only ask for it if there's something that would call it into question. A witness that you're interviewing and they're like, that doesn't look like the photo, or that doesn't look like the right time, things like that. So you might be more selective with when you go in and ask for metadata and when you don't. But in this day and age, metadata is pretty routinely asked for. The problem is that metadata can be very easily altered. It's really not hard. It's really not particularly hard. So if law enforcement is altering stuff, you kind of got to assume that they also know how to cover their tracks. They're the ones that know, because they're the ones that investigate. It's their job to know how, so that they can spot it when other people do it. So I think some of this is going to be contextual. It's going to just depend on where you are, the department that you work with. Some departments are better than others, and so there might be more trust. There might be more trust. You're more likely to take it on faith. Other places, you might routinely ask for everything. But in general, asking for metadata in this day and age is not unusual at all. Outside the box, did defense stipulate to veracity of law enforcement evidence photos metadata? Would that be the norm? Read date and time. I don't believe that they stipulated to authenticity. It's just that the bar for authenticating a photo is very low. It doesn't require metadata. It just requires a witness to get up on the stand and say, yes, this accurately depicts what I saw when I saw it. Or this accurately depicts, me in an event as I remember it, that kind of thing. That's all it requires. That's all it requires. It doesn't have to have anything about, well, is it edited? Has it been run through a filter when somebody posted it on Instagram? You don't need to know any of that stuff. That's not required for authentication. So I don't think they stipulated. And certainly with the video, we know that there are issues pertaining to defense requests for metadata, defense trying to get access to metadata, Commonwealth handling some of this evidence in a way that might have a tendency to erase metadata. But as far as whether you would look for it, like I said, it's going to be contextual, and it might just depend on where you are. But in general, not an unusual thing to ask for. Elfet, that pocket was not ripped in trial 1. Trial channel episode 51.1 at the 37.20-ish mark. Thank you for giving us that timestamp for anybody who wants to go and watch it in real time. We had the screenshots, thanks to CH, went and pulled those up for us. So didn't look like it was ripped in the first trial. And if it was, it looked like they had gone to some effort to like secure it so that it didn't look that way. Very good observation on you guys. I hadn't caught that. Natalie VB Light Breeze, great job, Andrea. How about the butt dial? How about it? Butt dials for everyone, as long as we're Karen Reed still hasn't had anywhere near as many drinks as there have been butt dials on this night. So, maybe she needs to keep up. Sandy, why is nobody bringing up the black sole on the shoe on the snow, but it has a white sole in court? Did I miss something? Yes, at the very beginning of this stream, go ahead and go back when we first started, because this has come up repeatedly. It's an issue that came up also in the first trial. It is bad photography is what it is. The shoe is backlit, and so it looks white because of the angle of the shadow. There are other photographs of the shoe from the first trial that make it a little bit more clear that it's a white sole because the lighting is better. And then once the shoes are admitted into evidence, they're both, they're both shown. They both have a white sole. So I don't think it's anything other than you should have had a forensic photographer out there. This is exactly why. Because Tully doesn't know how to take good photographs of evidence, particularly in these types of lighting conditions. So it created a very harsh shadow because it's dark out, very bright source of light coming all from one direction, casts a very strong shadow on the other side. So it just looks black, but it's shadow. Kurt Smith, can defense subpoena timeline of contact between DA's office and detectives? Feels like PD were instructed what to find at the scene in order to create a case against Karen. Might be protected by work product. Not sure about that. Prosecutors do get some work product protection. Then again, might be public record stuff with this, but it relates to an investigation, trying to think of different pathways to be able to get there. I mean, bottom line is you could try, but they probably have some protections that they can invoke. The work product is the one that comes straight to my mind. They might be able to the timeline of contact. Would that necessarily be revealing? Yeah, I don't know. I guess part of the issue is it's not. I don't know if it would be helpful. I guess it just depends on, you'd need to subpoena a lot because you need to see, well, what's the norm? What's the norm? You need to know what other cases are you working on that you might be communicating about, all that type of thing. It's just, it could be a little bit messy trying to eliminate the noise from information like that. So maybe possible. But could run into some roadblocks. Sonny Wallace, read Jen's calls pre-FBI interview. Call to Peg. Okay, was Jen checking the pulse, gauging Peg's reaction to see if Jen had fallen out of favor? Don't know. Could be, do you know anything about why the FBI is showing up at my house? Could be just, have you talked to the FBI? The FBI come and talk to you. They came and they want to ask me about John's death. I mean, I think that's probably the key. If the FBI made it clear to her they're coming to talk about John's death, then that's why Peg, because she wants to know, Peggy, have they talked to you about John's death? The FBI is here. That's my best guess. But really could be anything if Peggy wasn't asked. So we don't know. And certainly don't trust Jen to tell me the truth of what was in that conversation. Jason Sorensen, I agree. Double jeopardy is one try. It's guilty or go home. At the least, if you don't have 2/3 of jurors voting in favor of guilt, then you're done. Yeah, super majority or something like that. I could maybe live with that. You got, couple holdouts on the jury. Maybe just one holdout on the jury. Then you can go ahead and do it again. One holdout for not guilty. Because that's a situation where it could just be, somebody who is not really being a good juror. They hate the cops and they're going to vote not guilty no matter what the evidence is, or something like that. Kind of a nullification type of situation. Less likely the more jurors you have doing that. It should convict or go home. That's how I see it. Elfet, why was the waterfall video so grainy? I know we've been shown that video in better quality. Why'd they choose to use such a crappy version? Why would there even be multiple versions? Why would there even be multiple versions? I don't remember it being that bad at all. No, it's not great quality. It's interior surveillance footage and it's not at a good angle. But it wasn't all, washed out like that. It wasn't burned like that. It looks like somebody's gone in and turned the brightness way up, is what it looks like. Looks edited. Has it been? I don't know. I have no answer for this one, but I agree it does not comport at all with how I remember this video looking from the last trial. Elfet, if the Commonwealth doesn't call Proctor and the defense does, do the full context of his group text get entered into evidence? I know there are different rules for direct versus cross. They still should, because it's still impeachment for bias. The fact that they're calling him does not mean they can't impeach him. They still can. So the texts aren't hearsay because they're offered for the truth of the matter, not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They're being offered for impeachment for bias. And so because of that, I think they get to put in the whole conversation, puts it in context, and it shows he's trying to be the big man, sharing all this information he shouldn't be sharing, telling them exactly what they're going to do. Make sure the homeowner doesn't get any shit because he's a Boston cop too. So I don't see a way for the Commonwealth to be able to keep those texts out if the defense does call Michael Proctor. The rural juror, how do you think the jury will react to the mere fact of the defense calling the Bryans or Matt, etc.? I think as a juror, I would be like, wait, aren't you on the Commonwealth side? Why didn't they call you? Yeah, they might. Especially if witnesses start being declared hostile. They're not cooperating, but you were there at the scene, and they're hearing the general information of why this person is relevant. Yeah, they might wonder, why didn't the Commonwealth call you? I don't know how the jury will react. I think it just depends on how the case has sat with the jury so far. Is the jury generally suspicious of the Commonwealth? Is the jury generally buying this? They've reached the point now where 12 days done. Surely they've started to form some initial impressions about the case. If so, I really have a hard time thinking those are favorable to the Commonwealth. There have just been so many problems. It's just been so many problems. And still no proof that John was even hit by a car, let alone Karen's car. So it's hard for me to imagine that, but it was hard for me to imagine that last time, and yet look what happened. So you can lose a lot of money betting on what a jury's going to do, betting on what a jury's thinking. I've learned that lesson the hard way many times. So I don't know. It depends on how they're taking everything else in already. Lacey Quinn, could the tear in John O'Keefe's back pocket be from a dog bite? And if so, can his clothing still be retested for canine DNA or bite patterns to support this theory? Not sure if the cloth would pick up bite patterns. It could, maybe. But I don't see why it couldn't be retested for canine DNA. Looks to me like it could have gotten torn, absolutely, by a dog. Dog gets a hold of the pocket and pulls, and that whole side seam tears. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. In fact, I have a little bit of a hard time seeing another good way that could have happened. How else did that happen? That didn't happen in a car accident. How did that happen in a car accident? Is Welcher going to have an explanation for that? We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I would expect typically any of this evidence can be retested. It's not uncommon, like in exoneration cases. Sometimes some of this evidence will come back 20, 30 years later and retest it, get new swabs. Technology develops and things like that. It's not uncommon at all. So I don't see why they couldn't. Elfet, why did they put some of John O'Keefe's clothes in glass, trying to hide the bite scratch holes? Good point. Good point. All those individual holes in the sweatshirt, perhaps. There's photographs of them. Unfortunately for the Commonwealth, there's photographs of all that taken in the crime lab when they were evaluating all this evidence and documenting it. So if you're trying to hide the fact that there's a bunch of bite-looking type tears in the right arm of the sweatshirt, I don't think putting it in plastic is going to keep the jury from learning that. I don't know. I really don't. Why did you choose to put these things in plastic? It's bizarre. It's bizarre. How does it help the jury in some way? There was no explanation of like, we did this so it would help the jury in this way. It's bizarre. And yeah, what it leaves me to wonder is something about this process that you put it through going to make it difficult and or impossible to retest these items. Because yeah, there was some mixed DNA, mixed profiles, males on John O'Keefe's clothing. Maybe that has a little something to do with it. Maybe Mr. Jackson will ask. Maybe he'll ask. Whose decision was that, by the way, to frame the clothes? Karen McGuire, the shoe in the evidence bags is totally different white sole than the one at the snowy murder scene, black sole mistrial. Unfortunately, yeah, go back to the beginning of the stream. We did go over this. The same question came up in the first trial because it looks like a black sole. It's a factor of bad photography. There are some photos where it looks a little bit more clearly like a white sole, and then once it's in evidence, it's a white sole. So I don't think there's a problem with the shoe. The problem is just with the lack of calling out the right people to be doing the job that needs to be done. You didn't have any problem getting the forensic photographer there to the hospital to photograph the clothes on the floor, but you couldn't get him out to the crime scene the night of the crime while you're doing this extremely important time-sensitive search that you had to get everybody together for, to look for this critical evidence and document it. You didn't bring him out for that. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. You didn't actually want good documentation. So I really think that that's all it is. I know some people may continue to disagree, and that's fine. But that's my read on the situation. It's bad photography because they have very strongly backlit the items, and it creates a strong shadow. Albert Noorda, I hope defense questions how Sallyport can be night and day while showing SUV driving into Sallyport. Pause when man slips and both door bays open and wait for their explanation. Rear, night, front, day. There's so much in the Sallyport that I'm looking forward to seeing. Sure, it's going to be coming from the defense. Obviously, we're not getting it from the Commonwealth this time. Learn their mistake from last time. Better not bring in that inverted video. We're gonna have to leave that one for the defense to take care of. The amount of snow on the SUV. Pay attention to that too. I'm going to be paying attention to that. I paid attention to it when they loaded it up on the back of that truck. And you definitely see on the flatbed, you definitely see there's quite a lot of accumulation on the running board. It's packed into the spokes of the wheel. Quite a lot of snow on that car. I don't recall it having quite that much snow on it by the time they got it to Canton, and we'll see. We'll see. Night and day, that'll be interesting. Oh, the apparitions. I remember the apparitions, people apparating in and out of the Sallyport, and they tried to blame that on motion detection. How do you blame that on motion detection when people literally vanish while they're moving on this video? That video is a mess. That will probably be tomorrow. We can look forward to that. Patricia McLean, please look at the pocket trial one, not ripped. Yes, thanks for bringing this up. You guys are very sharp catching that. I had not caught that. So we got those photos and we shared it. Well, guys, it's just under 10 hours today, and just getting started with the fun part of Trooper Bukhenik. I like where we're going. I like how we're positioned. I like the mood Mr. Jackson is in. I like the energy he is bringing to this cross. I get the feeling this is going to be brutal. I get the feeling he's got a plan. He had a binder. Gives me a little of that Alessi preparation feel, like how that Alessi cross went with Jessica Hyde. He knew exactly what he had, exactly what he was getting in, exactly how he was getting it in, exactly where he was going. That was a great cross. I'm getting some of those similar vibes from Mr. Jackson. He's adjusted his style a little bit. And I think it's to his benefit. Had that prior testimony ready to bring up, knew exactly what to ask for that testimony to be inconsistent. What time did you lay out the clothing? No, it wasn't 10. It wasn't anywhere near that late. Oh, really? Because literally what you were asked in the last proceeding. What time did you lay out the clothing? And you said 10. So he seems to have a little bit more felicity with his the material that he has to work with, and that's really critical to being effective in the cross-examination. Let the material speak. The witness isn't going to. We've already seen how Trooper Bukhenik is. We see he's not going to cooperate. We see he is going to wriggle like a worm on the hook. So use what he can't avoid, which is the facts. And you have your plan for how you get him in. And I see him going in that direction. It looks good. It looks very promising. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. God, tomorrow's already Friday. Last day of week 3. Could be all Bukhenik all day, guys. It could. I could see it. There's so much to go through. So many shenanigans to cover. Haven't even touched on the Sallyport video yet. Yeah. A lot to cover. So haven't gotten up and moved around for a little bit. I will say, guys, I did warn you this week. I'm going to take myself off camera and get up and walk around from time to time just because the sitting is brutal, man. Sitting is the new cancer. Sitting will kill you. Sitting is like chronic sitting, just not a healthy thing. I'm really feeling it lately. So getting up and moving around, it has really helped a lot. Went to the gym last night and got some good work in. Felt good. Wasn't quite so tired, so stiff, so sore and stuff as I have been. I blame the sitting. So I think that getting up and moving around is helping. And hey, about 15 minutes away from some Phillies baseball here. Close out the series. Those of you who partake, Do join me. It'll be fun. Hey, are we getting a ranger start? Is that part of it too? Are we going to get a ranger start? No, Lizardo. When are we getting a ranger start? Surely it's going to be soon. I saw they pulled Taiwan out of the bullpen yesterday. So seems like he's out of the starting rotation. Had a good inning. So anyway, guys, take some time off this evening. Enjoy yourselves. Feed your souls. You know, this watching a murder trial. Sure, it's educational. It's enlightening. It's entertaining in some ways. It can be very dark, though. You know, it can be heavy stuff, especially when we're dealing with things like corruption and cover up and failures of the justice system. And it can give you a little bleak attitude sometimes. So it is important to reset and just take some time to appreciate the good stuff. You know, it's not that it isn't bad if the justice system is broken. That it isn't bad, but not everything is broken. In the criminal justice system, it's not the whole world. It's not the whole world. So there is stuff out there that isn't broken, that's still working. There's communities that still function. There's people that still help each other. There's people that still have integrity and principles and honesty. And we just got to keep our eyes on that from time to time. Surround ourselves with those, make those our priority. Not ignore the bad stuff. Got to see it with clear eyes if you're going to change it. You got to see it for what it is. But you just can't let yourself drown in it. You can't let yourself, lose hope, reach a point of despair, because it's not the whole world. There's always good stuff out there. So sunshine out there for me today. Phillies baseball. Going to go check on those trees, enjoy some time outside. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you again, everybody. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for a wonderful chat. Thank you, mods, for the awesome vibes we got going in this scene. The crowd I just noticed it's getting bigger and bigger. We get more and more people coming through all the time. Eyes on this trial, watching it with us, and it's something we very much appreciate. Don't take it for granted. So thank all of you for joining us for this little peek into one corner of the justice system here in America. And we'll see what tomorrow reveals about that system. So thank you again, everybody. Appreciate all of you. And I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow, bright and early. Take care, everyone.